Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the True Crime Cafe. Tonight, guys, we're jumping back into the University of Idaho, looking at some new documents and open discussion in regards to that and a few other things. We're going to be talking about some things that have been said about the private driver and so on and so forth. Our conversations always seem to go whatever direction we want them to. So thank you guys for being here. Make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door. Share this out and let everybody know what we're doing here at the cafe tonight. I appreciate you all so very much. That being said, well, you know how this goes. Here we go. All right, welcome back. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me tonight. Y'all know I appreciate you so very much, guys. Come on in, grab a seat, grab a cup of Joe, whatever it is. And let's do this. Of course, hopefully I'll be joined here shortly by a couple other peeps once I get that loaded up. Faux show, but we got plenty to talk about. Dateline did some information dropping as well, some documents. So we're just going to talk about a mixture of different things and see what comes out of it. So thank you guys for being here with me for it. Sorry. Come on in. 69 people in the house, 30 likes, guys. Let's see if we can do it just a little bit better than that and try to make this match. I want to get this in the algorithm where it belongs so everybody can see it. Please and thank you so very much. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, Friday, tomorrow. They're going to put out the full version of that tomorrow, and I'll be definitely checking that out. It's probably another propaganda piece, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see if anything new comes out of that. I doubt it, but who knows? All right. Let me see. All right. Who do we got joining us tonight? Looks like got me stumped in the house. I am me. Welcome back. Meg P. Great to see you. Angel D. Great to have you here. Daniela Kiriako. Welcome back to you. Fizzy Cake. Great to see you. Clifton Mayo. Welcome back. The lovely Alicia J's in the house. Great to see you. Of course, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Raquel Owell. Welcome back. I am me. Let me see here. Doc, great to see you, Doc. Great to have you. Scott Metalhead in the house. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. Wade Bird, 77 in the house. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Miss Tandy's in the house. Wonderful to see you tonight, Miss Tandy. Miss Gina, GC Reed. Welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Who else do we have? Mikey's in the house, the last 24. Great to see you, bro. Great to have you here. Another great channel, great creator, great friend, amazing part of this community and team. Let me see. Carmela Cole, welcome and great to see you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Oh, did I drop down? Hold on. Let me see. Benmy Rose, welcome back to you, Miss Teresa. Great to see you. Lacey P. Great to have you back. Charlotte's in the house. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. The Tomboy's in the house. Great to have you back tonight. Great to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us. Miss Trish Crow, welcome back to you. And Jesse Schul's in the Great to see you, Jesse. Says I'm in bed, but considering foregoing sleep to talk about this case. As you do. Amor, welcome. Great to see you. And thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. It means a lot to me when you guys say make those comments, because it makes me feel like what I'm doing is worth what I'm doing, and it means something. So I appreciate that, Amor. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Christina, great to see you. Peaky X in the house. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? My favorite, your favorite uncle, my favorite uncle, our favorite uncle's in the house. What's up, party people? Good to see you. Officials in the house. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Of course, Eddie. Great to see you, sir. Like I said, guys, we're going to break down. Miss Christina says she's a newbie. Well, guys, make sure that you welcome Miss Christina with open arms, as we do with everybody new. And I hope you enjoy it here, Christina, and you want to come back. We love all the new faces and new names, guys. We're jumping up and growing every day, and I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Miss Paula's back in the house tonight, too. Great to see you. Stop the cap, stick to fact. Oh, hold on. Stop the cap, stick to facts. Hello and welcome. I love the name. Love the name. Backwood Beats. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you tonight. I appreciate you so very much. Let me see. I see people popping into the chat left and right here. I didn't see before, so I'm trying to catch up. Let me see. Is Kiki in here? Somebody said Swamp Rose. I didn't see her. Oh, there she is. Kiki. Welcome, dear. Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful night. North Carolina Mountain Man, welcome back, brother. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. 100 people in the house, guys. 48 likes. Let's see if we can do something about making that match tonight. Because if we have 100 peeps, we could be in that algorithm already. So please and thank you. Hit the like button on your way through the door. I appreciate you. Thank you, Rose. Appreciate you, dear. Kiki Peru in the house. That's right. That's right. I'm going to get her to join me one of these nights, guys. I promise you I will. Summer Thunder, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, everybody. Grab a comfortable seat. We're going to be here for a little while. Not too long, but a little while. You got to get comfortable. RT Traveler, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Come on in. Get a seat. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Kiki does amazing stuff, guys. She just did a show, I believe, with our buddy AR. She's an awesome creator. Great channel, guys. Please drop her channel link in here if we can. If you guys haven't checked her out, please do. Please do. I really appreciate that. We have to support each other out here, guys, and that's what we need to do. So, Kelly Coker, welcome back. Great to see you. 12:30 p.m. there. Good to know, guys. I tried to pull it back a little bit later for some of our people here. So dinner's done. You're off work. And then our people over in the UK and Australia and stuff, I know the times are weird. So I was trying to make it fit, guys. So I figured 7:30 will make right on the point. So good stuff, Scott. I'm glad to hear that worked out. Miss Daniela just gifted a membership. Looks like it went to Stop the Cap, Stick to Facts. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. And thank you so much, Daniela. That's amazing. God bless. So very generous. I appreciate that so much. And welcome to the sauce. Stop the cap. 9:30 in Australia. Good stuff. Papa G's in the house. Papa GG Appa P. I love it. Ricky Tran. Another one of Jesse's buddies. Thank you, Jesse. 115 peeps in the house. We're getting there. 57 likes. Come on, y'all. Please hit that button. It just takes a second. Did it change? Let me see. Nope, 57. All right. And I appreciate all you guys that aren't in chat. You're just kind of watching and lurking. I appreciate you so very much as well. It means everything to everybody that's watching and supporting here, guys. You are amazing. I appreciate you. Jeffrey H. Good to see you, Jeffrey. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much. Yes, that's amazing. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Welcome to the family. We appreciate that. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. I'm sick of it all. This screams mistrial before it even starts. Somebody gagged is leaking info or lying about it. It sounds like it to me. I think we're getting a lot of misinformation that's thrown out here. I think we've seen a lot of it. We have seen a lot of it, and they need to stop putting out the misinformation on purpose. That's the problem. Put out the facts. Everybody can argue about that later. Just make sure it's factual information. There's nothing wrong with speculation, folks, but some of this stuff is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Let me see. Show. Thrive off grid. Welcome, my friend. Wonderful to see you back in the house. Yeah, how about that one? Great point, Thrive. Great point. Let's see. Oh, I got you, Angel. I wish I could play it live for you guys. But you will get hit. They do not allow that at all. They will take it down quick. Evening, Jeff. Good to see you, bud. Let's see. I think I got everybody that came in here. If I could see you at least. You can't go wrong there, Uncle. You can't go wrong there. Kiki's awesome. She's a great person. Ben Sanity's in the house and a great creator. Good to see you, Ben. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Papa G drop 5 new memberships. Make sure, guys, that down at the bottom, that little square in the circle that has the $ sign in it, click in there and make sure that you can receive gifts, because if you can, then you will get a membership if it's gifted out, because there's so many awesome people in this community, such as Papa G gifts memberships all the time. And it looks like Miss Teresa received one. True Seeker got one. Barbara G, Knowledge is Power, and Love Quinn Goldberg received memberships again. Thank you so much, Papa G. So very generous, my friend. God bless. We appreciate you so much. And welcome to the sauce, guys. Welcome to the sauce. 6 new meatballs floating in the sauce tonight. That is awesome. Seems to be something like that, Jesse. It seems to be. That is my question. Is that the deal? Is there somebody that's touching on the truth a little bit? There's somebody that's getting too close to something that they don't want. Seems like every time something comes out, I don't know, guys. We got a couple documents to go through. They're probably not a whole lot of anything, but I like to keep up with them. And then we're going to get into a discussion about a little bit everything like we always do. All right. Thank you again, Papa G. I appreciate that. Miss Daniela, same to you. God bless you both. So very generous. I appreciate that. And again, welcome, Mind Boggles. Good to see you. Just so everybody knows, guys, we don't expect anybody to do any of the gifting or supporting the channel via donations, whether it's super chat, super stickers, the Venmo, PayPal, or the Cash App, any of that stuff, guys. We don't expect it from you at all. We appreciate you just being here supporting your channel with yourselves. But anybody that does do that, please understand how much it's appreciated. It helps to keep the channel going, helps to keep me going, and it keeps the lights on here, as Miss Tandy always says. So thank you so very much for those of you that do that. God bless. Lily Rose, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Julianne, hello. Terry Martin's in the house. Great to see you guys tonight. 133 peeps, 71 likes, guys. We're getting closer. Come on now. Let's get this in that algorithm so everybody can see it. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Well, see that green Elantra, guys, that was brought up too. We looked at that last year. There was actually somebody that was in Cluminati's channel, one of her subscribers, that brought that up. And here's my feelings on, from what I understood with that, is that car was wrapped. That green color is a wrap. It's not paint. And my understanding, now this could be wrong, okay? This is what we were told. This is all based off of hearsay. That is a white car underneath that green. I don't know. Take it for what it is. Take it for what it is. But that green car, it's a wrap that's on there. If you guys know what that means, where you can just, it's almost like a shelf type paper for cars, okay? And they wrap it. I was told it was white. I also heard somewhere that it was a light gray color. I don't know, you guys. I'm just giving you what I was told. I don't have factual information about that to be able to verify that because it's green. So it's still kind of strange to me, though. I'll just say that. And I'll say something. Fizzy just said it's gray, too. So if it is gray, how would that look at night? You know? Thank you so much, Daniela. God bless. I really do appreciate you. Absolutely appreciate you. Yeah, agreed, Papa G. Agreed. Lana has pits before she. Okay, so yeah, it is gray. Okay. See, like I said, I've been told a couple different things. So, and Clifton says it was green during the murders. Okay. Well, see, that's important. That's very important. I kept circling back to that green car, but figured, well, that's what we were doing too, backwoods. And that car was sitting there the day they tore the house down. It just kind of sat. It pulled in and out, and it sat and watched a little bit, which is a little weird. You know what I mean? What'd you say there, just Mr. Jesse? But it was green post crash. Yes, I do believe so. I think, and I do believe so, sir. All right, guys, there's the link. Let me put that here and pin that in the top of the chat for anybody that would like to join me. Hopefully, we'll get Jesse up here. And that's what I was saying too, Kiki, is that on cameras at nighttime, I think it would look white or lighter. You know, that's my opinion. I'm just saying. It was gray before the crash, right? Angel says definitely look white at night. It would definitely have that lighter look to it. I agreed, guys. So I'm just saying. Good evening, my friend. How are you tonight, bro?
Mic check.
You sound good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm a little tired. I was in bed already. I was planning on sleeping, but these days I just roll around and think about this case, especially with all the news dropping.
Oh, I know. It's hard to not think about it or talk about it because it doesn't go away until you talk about it. And even then, it still don't go away.
I'm sending you something in the back chat just to clarify.
Come on up, Kiki. Do you remember the story on the green car? I don't remember. Like I said, last year, it's about a year now, I think. Around this time last year, there was a one of Cluminati subscribers. He brought it up, sent her a link to showing the car, and pointed it out. Well, when we watched the house get tore down, that's around the time that we all figured it out.
Oh, I remember more than that.
Yeah, I can't. That was the thing. There's so much that's happened since then. So
there was a live stream, and I can't remember if I was on panel with you or somebody else, but we were watching the house get demolished, and one of one of the former friends of the show. There's been many former friends of the show.
Yeah.
But one of the former friends of the show was live streaming right at 1122 King.
Yes.
And this green car kept on going back and forth, driving past.
Yep.
And I remember there was, a lot of insinuation that, hey, that's an Elantra. I know it's not the right color, but and over the period of a few days, people started getting more and more concerned about. It looked like this car was paying too much attention to the house.
Yeah. Yes.
And there was a lot of talk about it. I believe JLR even had some streams where he was mentioning it, but there was a few people mentioning it.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I didn't. It took us a day or two to figure out that it was actually an Elantra, because we weren't really paying that much attention to it. And then it came out, it was an Elantra, and then somebody said that it was wrapped, and I went, wait a minute, what? And
I don't think it's actually or I don't know if it's wrapped or not. I don't know enough about cars, but I do know that what's been put out there is that it was in a big crash. It was written off. He bought it back from the insurance company, but that was before the crimes, I believe. And it's been green, so it would have been green during the crimes, as far as I know.
Right. Well, from what Lana put out over at Truth and Transparency, and I've had other people tell me, some people came to me and said it was white. I'm like, oh my God, of course. And then Lana put out that it was like a grayish color, which at night, depending on how gray, it could look lighter. Okay. So I don't know, but it's
I think what they're trying to say is that it was green in those camera
it's green
footage
during the murders time, so it wouldn't make a difference. You know what I mean?
But I mean, I think what they're trying to say is those cameras don't pick up colors like green, and it just appears white on the camera when it's actually green.
And it actually could, yeah, depending on the type of camera it is. I was told that before too. Thank you, Mikey. Max Smith, welcome. Good to see you.
For whatever reason, YouTube doesn't seem to like it. They've pulled multiple videos from multiple creators on that car.
And as soon as that Lana put one out the other day, and it was one of my mods sent it to me. SRB sent it to me like immediately, and as soon as I went to click on it, it was gone. I was like, "What the hell happened?" And I guess it was overnight, and it said that it violated YouTube, their rules, and I'm like, "Really?" So she put another one out. I don't know if that one's still up or not, but I'm just like, why are you getting nervous about this? Why are you so bugged out about this? Something's not right. At least you did it. I'm sorry. SRBBBB. Good to see you tonight, dear.
I mean, I guess you don't want to be accusing owners of Elantras just randomly, but I don't believe anybody's accusing the guy. They're just saying that, he's got an Elantra.
Right. Yeah. Oh, so Pavarotti was able to play it on his. Gotcha. Well, again, guys. Oh, hold on a minute. I want to catch something. I was talking over it and I missed it. Vince Sanity dropped 5 new memberships. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. 1 minute here. And it looks like nothing half-assed. Got one. Meg P, Ariel, Leanna, Jesse Stargazing, Sky Blue got new memberships. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. And thank you so much, Ben. Appreciate that, bro. I very much do. Very generous. Very much appreciated. And then RT Traveler just dropped 5 more. Looks like, hold on. I just lost it. Lisser, the evidence room, Tiffany O, warning label, Miss Nina got one. I think, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are they so spread out? That's weird. Oh, and Andorra the Crafty. Congratulations to all of you guys. And again, thank you so much to both of you. All of you that have donated those tonight. It's very generous, guys. Very generous, and God bless. We appreciate that so much. We got 180 people in here, guys, with 81 likes. Can we try to make that match just a little bit more? If we can get 20 some odd more likes, we'll get this in that algorithm. That's all we need. Just make sure to hit that button on your way through the door, please, and thank you. They send them out at random. Clifton, make sure at the bottom of the screen there's a little circle down at the bottom in your chat. Got a square in it, and there's a $sign in that square. If you click on that, it'll open up to where you can receive gifts. You have to allow for that to receive gifts. So if anybody donates and gifts the membership, they go out at random to anybody that's able to receive gifts. But you have to make sure you do that. So official said it just checked my cameras and that green comes off as white. I'll be damned. Wouldn't that be interesting, Jesse?
Oh, I think there's certain. I mean, the fact that those videos got removed so quick suggests to me that there's a lot of people saying a lot of things out there, accusing a lot of people, and the videos are still up. So I think they're onto something.
It's quite interesting, sir.
Not only that, I don't think it's a coincidence that as information comes out that puts the case in question, more
Sure.
hit pieces come out.
Absolutely. Welcome, Circus Music. And I'm kind of excited to have you. I love when you join me. I love the conversations we have every time. And I look forward to this on a regular. If I could do all of my shows like this every day, all day, I'd do it. But we'd run out of things to talk about. Well, probably not, but I feel like we would. So, but I enjoy these combos. I really do. So thank you for joining me again tonight. Let me see. First, we got to run through because I know that there are a bunch of probably nothings, but I just want to show them and get through these documents real fast here and show everybody what's out there now if you haven't seen them already, and move on from there into our ongoing conversations. But yeah, the green car, I've been waiting to talk about that for a couple of days. I really have. What the hell did they do here? Oh, shoot. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They dropped a whole bunch more.
Just now? Like just this morning?
From what I saw this morning, yeah. Hold on here. Yeah, see, there was 3 new ones this morning. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them now. 2 of them were just dropped today. Order sealing the reply in support of the state's motion for exam pursuant to IC 18207 for extension. New order sealing the defendant's phase 2 mitigation witness list. Order striking improperly filed records request. Jesus. Order on the state's motion for the 207 exam and extension of deadline. Order read the defendant's family members in courtroom. The motion to seal the defendant's phase 2 mitigation witness list. State's notice of penalty phase, lay witnesses, and request for victims' impact statements, and the motion to seal the reply in support of the state's motion for exam pursuant to 18207 and for extension. So yeah, they've dropped these all quickly. Which today's Friday, so that makes sense. So
Isn't it Thursday?
Or Thursday. I'm sorry, Thursday. You're right.
Well, sorry, it's Friday where I am.
I've been thinking Friday all day, bro. I don't know what that even means. It's crazy.
Well, it is actually Friday here, 7:00 in the morning. The sun's out.
Yeah.
But it ain't Friday for you guys quite yet.
Not quite yet. A couple more hours. All right. Just real quick, because some of these are nothing. Like there's nothing we're going to be able to read out of them.
Well, while you're reading, I'm going to make myself a coffee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, really? Okay, we'll have to listen to that, Circus. Thank you. So, motion to seal reply in support of the state's motion for examination of the defendant pursuant to Idaho 207 and for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase expert disclosures. Okay. And all this is the motion put forth for this. And it says, complete rebuttal penalty phase expert disclosures filed herein for the following reasons. Excuse me. The filing reveals personal private information of the defendant based on Idaho Code 74124B, and it affects his privacy interests. Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1. Specifically, the filing reveals mental health information about defendant, including the psychological, psychiatric, and neurological information and diagnosis of defendant. This is, in my opinion, based off of that sealed hearing they just had on the 5th. That's what this is probably the documents coming from. The filing also reveals the nature of mental conditions, examinations already conducted, and the type of examinations and testing the state seeks to perform, some of which is personality testing, to which the defendant objects. And that is the motion. So basically, that's about all of the testing and stuff they want to do. He does not want them to do a personality test. They're objecting to that. Let me see here. The next one. 1 minute. Sorry, everybody. Don't worry, we'll get through this quick. Unsolved cases in news. Good evening and welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Yeah, DW's in the house. Dateline said, screw your gag order. Well, I wonder if they did what they did because Hitler has been unsealing certain things, but then at the same time, they've been resealing certain things too. So I don't know, you guys. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door. This is the state's notice of penalty phase, lay witnesses, and request for victim impact statements. Okay, so again, the state does not. This provides notice that the state does not intend to call any lay witnesses during the penalty phase. Rather, the state intends to rely on testimony and evidence admitted during the guilt phase. The state does intend to afford victims the opportunity to present impact statements during the penalty phase. The Idaho Constitution, Idaho 195306, guarantees the victim's right to be heard. Upon request at all criminal justice proceedings, considering sentencing, the state moves for the immediate family members identified in the state's Exhibit S1, attached to the state's motion in limine. Read the immediate family members in courtroom filed on February 24th of 25. Welcome, Idaho. It's great to see you tonight. Be allowed to present victim impact statements during any penalty phase in the above title case. This is supported by IC 1925-15-5, which states as follows: the evidence concerning the victim and, the impact that the death of the victim has had on the victim's family is relevant and admissible. Such evidence shall be designed to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual human being and the result loss to the community by the victim's death, characterizations, and opinions about the crime. The defendant and the appropriate sentence shall not be permitted as part of any victim impact evidence. The state has previously disclosed the penalty phase expert witness. See the state's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding penalty phase experts, dated January 27th of 25. Signed by Miss Ashley Jennings. So there's that one. 1 minute here. Chris, we have the order that's striking and properly filed records request. It says on May 6th of 25, a third party filed a motion for access to non-disclosed records in this case because she is not a party to this case. She is not authorized to file pleadings herein, and the motion is hereby stricken from the record. The proper approach is to file a public records request as directed on the Ada County website right there. Now that's weird. I wonder who did that. Okay. And let's see. This is the order on the state's motion for the 207 exam and extension of the deadline. Before the court, state motion to conduct an examination. Defendant does not dispute as penalty phase expert. Okay, that's basically what I read to you before. The oral argument on the motion was held by video conference May 5th. So that's exactly what that hearing was. After which the court ruled from the bench. This order memorializes that ruling. I'm sorry. Says constitutional questions are questions of the law, State versus Sanchez, so on and so forth. Whether good cause has been shown for an extension of time is a discretionary decision, ICR 45. On discretionary matters, the trial court must 1. Correctly perceive the issue as one of discretion, 2. Act within the boundaries of such discretion, and 3. Act consistently with any legal standards applicable to these specific choices before it, and 4. Reaches its decision by the exercise reason. Let's see. So, because the motion was likely to and did generate discussion about issues concerning defendant's mental health, including matters not admissible at trial, the court sealed the hearing pursuant to ICAR 32G 3A to both protect the disclosure highly intimate facts, which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person if disseminated, and preserved defendant's right to a fair trial. Sealing the hearing was the last restrictive way to protect the privacy interest at issue. Neither party objected to sealing the hearing. So it says on January 23rd of 25, the defendant timely disclosed guilt phase expert opinions by 2 mental health professionals who examined defendant and subsequently diagnosed him with various mental and behavioral conditions, including ASD, which is the autism spectrum disorder, obsessive compulsive behavior, which is OCD, and ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Following these disclosures, the state provisionally retained a psychologist to conduct an examination of defendant pursuant to 18207 and provide a report for rebuttal purposes. Excuse me. On March 31st, the defendant timely disclosed penalty phase expert opinions by 5 mental health professionals, including the 2 previously disclosed regarding his various mental behavioral health conditions. The deadline for the state's penalty phase expert disclosure was set for the 28th of April of this year. On April 2nd, the state initiated communications with defense counsel about conducting the examination of the defendant pursuant to 18207 again. Declarant Hurwitz, S1, page 4. Defense counsel responded that same day, requesting the name of the experts. Now, Hurwitz is the new attorney, the DA, I believe, or assistant DA or deputy DA or whatever the hell it is, that the prosecution picked up recently. So you guys know. Whether there was any objection to offense, but the following day, the state provided the information requested, including the proposed testing. Among the tests listed was an assessment of personality structure. The state also objected to defense counsel being present. In response, the defense counsel did not object to the evaluation, but did object to any testing outside the scope of what the defendant's experts had conducted, specifically personality testing. She also asked the state to reconsider its position as to having counsel present during the examination. ID at page 2 to 3. I don't understand why they would need to be there for that. On April 7th of 25, the state responded, indicating it would not remove personality testing from the proposed examination. So the state also moved in limine to exclude the proposed penalty phase testimony by these 2 experts on grounds that their opinions did constitute a mental health element defense and therefore did not fall within the scope of the rule. The court ultimately held that testimony by the 2 experts during the penalty phase would not be permitted, with limited exception unless the defendant testifies at trial. And then it says to see order on motion in limine, read the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence, April 18th of 25. And again, both parties agree that the defendant's disclosure of the psychological experts to testify in mitigation triggered a waiver of any privilege by the defendant and mandatory right to the state to have its expert conduct an examination of the defendant. So personality testing from the proposed examination and would not agree to counsel being present during the examination except through a video feed or otherwise by having counsel shielded from the defendant's view. On the 11th of April, 2025, the state's mental health expert informed counsel that he was not able to continue on the case. Approximately 1 week later, the state retained a replacement. doctor redacted until the state formally discloses the expert. So they redacted the new doctor's name. An informed defendant of such, Hurwitz, the state indicated it still needed to discuss specifics of the examination with their new doctor, including his position on having counsel present. The state alerted defense counsel via email, and their new doctor believed personality testing was warranted and objected to counsel's presence. The state also sought a stipulation to extend the rebuttal disclosure deadline for purposes of disclosing the doctor's opinion. Defense counsel responded that same day, objecting to the deadline extension to personality testing and her exclusion from the room. On the 25th of March, the state filed the current motion. In its motion, the state seeks to order from the court: 1, extending the deadline for its penalty phase rebuttal disclosure for 21 days following the completion of the state's expert examination, allowing the state's expert to administer standardized personality testing on the defendant, and excluding the defense's counsel presence at the examination. Defendant responds that there is no good cause for the extension and it would be highly prejudicial given the posture of the case. Personality testing is beyond the scope of rebuttal and would violate his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination, and counsel's presence during the examination is required by the Sixth Amendment. As indicated at the hearing on the motion, the court finds good cause for a short extension to the deadline. As for the examination, personality testing will not be allowed, nor will counsel's presence in the examination room be allowed. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Because the state filed the current motion prior to the expiration of the rebuttal disclosure deadline, the question whether to extend the deadline is guided by the good cause standard. In the civil context, good cause implies the existence of factors outside the party's control, as opposed to the party's lack of diligence. Sorry, guys. Starting to get late. My eyes are starting to shut down. The reason for the delay must be truly unforeseen and excusable, as opposed to counsel's failure to diligently prosecute this issue before the crisis was upon him. Let's see. The court may also consider whether the defendant will be prejudiced by the delay. Good God, with this case law stuff. These considerations apply equally in the criminal context. Evaluating these factors, the court finds good cause has been shown for a limited extension. Wait a minute. To the deadline, sorry. And granting this extension, though limited by the court in both scope and time, is consistent with the substantive and mandatory non-discretionary right of the state to conduct such an examination pursuant to 18207, of course. Let me bounce back up where I was now and try to find it. While the state should have filed that motion to extend the deadline a week sooner, given the time of the essence, the state should have filed a motion to extend the deadline at the latest by April 3rd of 25, after it learned defendant would be objecting to personality testing and exclusion of counsel from the examination. While the court appreciates that counsel attempted to reach resolution without the court's involvement, this is a significant matter that called for prompt resolution once it appeared the parties were at odds. So, the court is sympathetic to the fact that the state's mental health expert, who has been provisionally retained shortly after defendant's guilt phase expert disclosures, decided to withdraw from the case just 2 weeks prior to the rebuttal disclosure deadline. I wonder why they withdrew themselves. That's interesting. Leaving the state to scramble to retain another expert. Based on that was the state's witness that did that too. That's interesting. Based on the state's representations during the hearing, the expert's withdrawal was unforeseen by and beyond the control of the prosecution until blank was retained. The state didn't know his position on the two issues holding up the examination. Personality testing and presence of counsel, once the state learned of this position and confirmed defendant's objection, is moved accordingly. Considering these circumstances, the court finds the delay to be more attributable to the prior expert's unexpected withdrawal than lack of diligence by the state. However, the state's request to extend the rebuttal disclosure deadline to 21 days after the exam runs the risk of prejudicing the defendant. Given the posture of the case, the volume of discovery, and the upcoming trial date, the court will only allow an extension to May 27th of 25. In its oral ruling, the court indicated the extension would be 21 days from the date of the hearing, which falls on Memorial Day. Due to the holiday, the court will allow the state an extra day. Further, given that the deadline follows a holiday weekend, the court expects the defendant will be flexible if a day or two extra is needed. Okay. Well, that's interesting too. Sorry. So that defendant has ample time to consider and potentially respond to the state's disclosure. The defendant shall be made available to the state's expert for examination within the next 7 to 10 days, thus leaving the door approximately 2 weeks to complete its report. Now it says B, personality testing will not be allowed. So with all that being said, the state seeks to leave to allow its expert to conduct personality tests on the defendant during the examination to confirm, rebut, or otherwise contextualize the neuropsychological conditions diagnosed by defendant's experts, particularly ASD. The state argues that there is no basis to limit its doctor's professional judgment as to the appropriate areas of examination, and further, defendant has opened the door by offering testimony about his lack of personality disorder. One of the defendant's forensic psychiatrists, Dr. Eileen Ryan, concluded in her expert report the defendant does not have a childhood history of behavior that is consistent with conduct disorder or antisocial personality disorder in adulthood, nor does he meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder. Well, there's that out the door right there. Everybody's trying to say he's an incel. He's got antisocial personality disorder. I've heard that I don't know how many times. He doesn't, folks. So leave that alone, to all the guilters. Because he's weird, so he did it. He's got antisocial personality disorder. He doesn't talk to people. He doesn't this. That's all bullshit. Anyway, no court shall, over the objection of any party, receive the evidence of any expert witness on any issue of mental condition, or permit such evidence to be placed before a jury, unless such evidence is fully subject to the adversarial process in at least the following particulars. Raising an issue of mental condition in a criminal proceeding shall constitute a waiver of any privilege that might otherwise be interposed to bar the production of evidence on the subject upon request. The court shall order that the state's experts shall have access to the defendant in such cases for the purpose of having its own experts conduct an examination in preparation for any legal proceeding at which the defendant's mental condition may be an issue. The subject to which waiver applies is an issue of mental condition. In other words, the state does not provide for waiver of defendant's entire mental condition. It only waives privilege attaching to the mental condition he chooses to place before the jury so as to follow the state to controvert his proof on an issue that he interjected in the case. This is consistent with well-settled waiver principles under the Fifth Amendment. When a defendant waives his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination by voluntarily providing testimony in his own defense, he does only on matters raised by his own testimony on direct examination. Indeed, it is recognized among courts that waiver under provisions is limited to the issue raised by the defense, as noted by the Fifth Circuit in Hernandez versus Davis. By relying on the testimony of mental health experts who has examined him. The defendant waives his Fifth Amendment privilege. Nonetheless, the scope of that waiver is limited to the issue raised by the defense. And any testimony about the court-ordered psychiatric evaluation cannot go beyond this limited rebuttal. Chat, I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get through this. I will get back there in a minute, guys. The purpose is, in our proceedings, suggest that a defendant opens the door to the admission of psychiatric evidence on future dangerousness by raising an insanity defense at the guilt stage of the trial. Alteration in original. Lord. So this down here, the eighth one, is just case law, basically. The trial court should limit a compelled psychiatric examination to rebuttal issues. Okay. Sorry, guys. Here, the parties do not dispute that the scope of the state's examination is limited to rebut the mental conditions the defendant has placed at issue. They agree that the state cannot explore new diagnoses or mental health conditions other than those placed at issue. What they do dispute is the manner, hold on, guys, in which the examination might proceed, specifically whether personality testing should be allowed. According to the defendant, the personality testing proposed should not be allowed because it is not aimed at revealing proper rebuttal evidence. He points out that rebuttal evidence explains, repels, counteracts, or disproves evidence that has been introduced by or on behalf of the adverse party. Welcome, Sarge. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here, sir. Because he has not been diagnosed or even tested for a personality disorder, he argues testing for such is beyond the scope of rebuttal. In support, defendant cites several cases where the courts have limited the types of testing conducted in rebuttal examinations passed on the scope of the mental health evidence proffered by the defendant. For example, blah, blah, blah. The defendant sought to introduce expert evidence regarding his developmental history and mental condition relating to substance abuse during the sentencing phase and was ordered to submit to a rebuttal examination. The defendant subsequently objected to 4 tests the government intended to use, including a personality test, on the grounds that those tests were designed to indicate personality disorders and mental conditions, not mental conditions related to substance abuse, and therefore exceeded the scope of any Fifth Amendment waiver. The court agreed, concluding that the government could use such tests only to the extent that the tests contain testing scales for substance abuse, and that the prosecution should be barred from introducing any materials that are outside the scope of mental health testing as it relates to the substance abuse. And it says he also, USA versus Jackson, where defendant placed his mental condition at issue by presenting expert opinion that he experienced combat-related traumatic brain injury, and PTSD. The court found the government's expert proposed personality test exceeded the scope, noting it does not test for cognitive functioning or impairment, and is instead used to access an individual's personality traits, which the defendant had not placed at issue. Holding that compelled mental examinations are permissible only to the extent they are reasonably related to the determination. Good God, this is long. So in a point, guys, I'm not going to read this whole damn thing. This says the government does not require counsel's presence at the exam, so we know that. And now let me get down to the damn bottom here. Where's it at here? As to the defendant's argument that death is different, implying that more robust Sixth Amendment rights should apply, Payne Also, capital case, declined to find right under Sixth Amendment to the presence of counsel during 18207 examination. Mentioned Payne is controlling that. Said the court will allow counsel for both sides to watch the examination through a one-way video feed or some similar method that prohibits them from being seen or heard during the examination. Under no circumstances will counsel be able to interrupt the examination. The order now, based on foregoing, states motion for examination of the defendant pursuant to Idaho 18207 and for extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase expert disclosures is granted in part and denied in part. Okay. Oh God, that was long. So anyway, so they have allowed and disallowed, half and half. Basically, they're allowing it, but they're not allowing counsel to be present in the room when it's done.
He does that a lot. He tries to split hairs with his rulings, and
agreed. How you doing tonight, Sarge?
Awesome. I'm always doing awesome. I see Jesse there. Have you got rid of that disease there, Jesse?
What's the disease?
That chin ballsy disease.
Chin ballsy. I don't know what that is.
You don't want to know. Oh, you live in Thailand, though, right? You're
I do, yeah.
I do. Don't you envy that, Dago?
Absolutely, I do.
I mean, look at that's just awesome, man.
It's beautiful, and I just, like I said before, it's more the fact that he has that food. As we always say, hey, we're going out for Thai food. Jesse just says, hey, I'm going to get food. You know what I mean?
They got hamburgers down there and chicken and ribs.
Of course,
they do. At my place, they do in my backyard.
Oh, they do a lot of barbecue down there, don't they?
They do roadside barbecue, but a lot of it's like gizzards and guts and livers and fish heads and all sorts of stuff that I'm not interested in. But barbecued chicken is readily available. No matter how far out of the city you get, there'll be barbecued chicken somewhere.
That's awesome. What's your favorite meal there, Jesse?
A big fat steak and a
a
couple bottles of Cabernet Sauvignon with some rich cheeses and olives and a charcuterie plate. But Thai food, I like the spicy stuff. There's actually some dishes they make where you grill meat kind of rare, and then you slice it really thin, and then you put like fresh chilies and onions and lime juice. It's kind of almost like a ceviche, but it's way spicier, and it's got a lot more green herbs in it and stuff. Very good. And the name of it is actually called Waterfall.
Okay. Sounds really good.
You have waterfall pork or waterfall beef.
Sounds like a plan.
Worms on that one. That's awesome.
It sounds great. Seriously, it does. Thai food's pretty good. I can't handle a lot of the spice anymore, but other than that, if you get the non-spicy stuff, it's pretty decent.
Did you guys see that hit piece from News Nation? I think it was. I don't even think it's a hit piece, but
they've only got a teaser out there right now. But
yeah,
one thing they do have is they've found a collection of pictures of women on his device. They claim, which you'd think that they wouldn't have access to his device. So I think they're probably full of beans, but I wanted to make a point about that. I was telling chat that I do have a story about that, and I've mentioned it before on this show. I don't know if Friday remembers, but Sergeant, are you familiar with the Jill Dando case in the UK?
No.
Oh, it's a really big deal because Jill Dando was the most famous media presenter in the UK at the time. Young, blonde, good-looking. Think of Katie Couric or something in the 90s or something like so. I don't know the good-looking part, but famous anyways.
Right.
And she was shot dead shot unalived in front of her apartment in London. And there's a Netflix documentary about it and everything. And the reason there's a Netflix documentary about it is because this guy, Raphael Rowe, who has the show, The World's Most Dangerous Prisons, which is a big series, big show. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen that. So he goes, anyways, he's famous. He hears about this case, and they put a guy in jail. And actually the parallels with the Koberger case, there is quite a few parallels. They found a guy who was, had mental issues, a bit of an odd character. They found out that he was sort of infatuated with Jill Dando. He had tons of pictures in his apartment of various women, and like pictures, that he was taking on the bus, or of women when they weren't looking at him, and so he was a bit of a perv and the whole works. And the evidence, that the most damning evidence aside from those pictures, was gunpowder residue on his jacket. But that evidence ended up, the science involved in that evidence a decade later was debunked, and they can't even use it anymore. It's kind of like a bite mark science. They used that a decade or two ago, and they don't use that anymore. So Raphael Rowe advocated for this guy to get out of prison. So he spent a decade in jail for killing this famous news presenter. He got released. The case was overturned. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because of the collection of pictures they found him with, and they use that as evidence. I personally don't think a guy having pictures of women indicates that
if you don't have pictures on your phone of some girls, if you're a dude, or girls with men, right? If a girl don't have man pictures, to me, the whole concept of this electronic, you build these narratives and you try to paint the picture out of something that's just normal. Of course, he's going to have pictures of different people around him. Yeah. Was at a pool party? Did he get pictures of people at the pool party? Sure, probably. Why not? I don't know. They don't mention that he's got pictures of any of the victims, which still supports Ann's argument that there's no connection between him, electronic or otherwise. So,
well, and last time I checked, Dateline isn't talking about Cy Ray's affidavit. They're not talking about potential cars that might be misidentified in the neighborhood.
Right.
There's a lot of things that they got no interest in talking about.
Well, I think she's going to ask the jury a simple question. The movements of this vehicle resemble DoorDash, Uber, or other types of delivery services.
Yep.
And the prosecution cannot tell you that that's not what's happening with this vehicle.
I've been saying
they want you to believe that that's part of the crime, when in fact this is just somebody doing their job.
I told you guys, because of the way it turned around and backed up and turned again. And I said before, when we went and looked up the address for this house, it pops up on the street next door. Okay, so it's for whatever reason, I can't remember what it was. We looked it up a long time ago. That was probably the DoorDash driver getting lost, trying to figure out exactly where to go and how to get there. And in my opinion, that's exactly what that looks like. So,
and weren't the girls? Who was the guy with the green Elantra that Lana keeps pointing out?
What
did he do for work?
Your buddy Sarge has a theory on that. He thinks he's a delivery driver, but not working for DoorDash, delivering something else.
Yeah. Right. And that car, Sarge, when you look at those cameras, that color shows up as a white-looking type color. Of course
it does, because it's an infrared camera. Also, that car was on camera leaving the apartments and driving in front of the house as it was being destroyed.
Yes, it sat there and stared at it multiple times.
Drove right by.
Yeah,
the front license plate was bent underneath the front bumper.
Remember last year we were on Clues, Sarge, and that guy brought it up. We watched it how many times, and I'm like, why does he keep stopping? Why does he keep coming back? You know what I mean? So,
well, Lana did a good job of tracing that car to an owner.
Yes, she did. Right. I have his name too, but I'm not going to put it out because I don't want them to take the video down. I'm just saying.
Yeah. There's a lot of chaos in this case, and it's just obviously fairness isn't a part of our justice system. And so we'll see what happens. I honestly don't think they're going to be able to convict the guy because it's pure circumstance, and the jury has to know you're executing. You're going to put a bullet in this guy's chest, and the evidence that you're going to witness is simply not.
That's murder.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Agreed.
Well, I'm asking for trouble by disagreeing with Sergeant Friday, and there's no doubt about that. But I do disagree. After seeing Richard Allen get convicted without any even real serious deliberation, they bought that hook, line, and sinker. There was no evidence against him. Really, There was almost no evidence at all of any consequence. And then after the interview with the juror on Turtle Boy's channel for the Karen Reed trial, and the stupid things that guy was saying, it's hard to have any faith that he's going to get a fair trial.
After what we saw.
No, I'm not suggesting fair. Fair means he's going to be exonerated, then you're not being fair.
Agreed.
Right?
Well, that's the one thing we got to say.
I'm not expecting fair, but I'm expecting that presented properly with the right lawyer. Look at Karen Reed. She got two of the three of them over two or three of the hurdles, and the third one was a hurdle only because they didn't understand what the court instructed them to do, not whether she did it or not.
mean, she's got Action Jackson, though. I mean, is correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Action Jackson basically like the Michael Jordan of defense attorneys at the moment?
His judge is worse than Hitler.
New Johnny Cochran.
That nasty snot-nosed woman on the bench, she might as well just be in the courtroom with a gun shooting people. You're accused of murder? Bang, I'm going to execute you right now. That woman's horrific as a judge.
I'll tell you what, Sarge, if Koberger had Action Jackson and Yannetti and Alessi, I'd feel a lot better about his chances. And I'm not trying to throw Ann Taylor under the bus. I just think, it's like she's the leading scorer of a minor league team compared to, Hall of Famers.
I don't agree with that. I honestly think I'm pretty keen on the law, and there's nothing I've observed or suggested she would go after that she didn't, and she went a little further. So I'm pretty confident she can present the case.
Well, I'm just going by presence in the courtroom, the way that Alan handles the judge. I mean, I was watching the case today, and he was having some problems with Cannoni, and he was getting. I listened to Burkhart because I like the way Burkhart breaks things down.
Too. Yeah,
she was criticizing the way Alan was doing things, which takes some pretty brass balls to criticize Action Jackson, but she was offering some critiques, and it almost seemed like he took her advice and did things differently the second day and third day, and he's winning Cannoni over. And today she was on side with him. I was pretty impressed with his crosses today.
Oh well, yeah, I got it queued up here. I haven't watched it though. Sorry.
Yeah,
David.
I'm gonna say that I want to agree with Sarge. But I at the same time feel like I'm with you on the other side of that, Jesse, because of, like we said, Delphi, and some other things. I'm kind of hesitant to say that I think that they'll do it. Okay, not because I don't have faith in Ann or the defense team. It's not that. It's what I've seen from the other side of things and the way things have fallen down. Now, I could be completely wrong. I hope I am. Okay, after what I saw with the Tyree Nichols situation, I was completely blown away with that. I have never in my life seen something like that happen. After sitting there and watching a video of the crime that happened, and they still found these guys innocent. I couldn't believe that. So my faith in the judicial system is really, really lagging right now. And I'll just say, I'm partial with both of you guys on that situation, and I pray to God that Sarge is right, Jesse, and that we're wrong. But I don't know at this point. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, just listen to Ann Taylor speaking to Judge or Hippler, and then compare that to Alan Jackson and the presence he has, and whether or not he's even a better attorney might not even matter, because I think the jury is going to look at that and be just really impressed. The aura of confidence, the fact that he sort of struts into the room and slaps it on the table and says, I'm taking over this courtroom. And he pretty much does.
Yeah.
And he's got the respect of the judge, the opposing counsel, and the jury. And, Ann Taylor and Massoff, they might be very, very good, but they don't have that courtroom presence that I've seen to date.
Hitler doesn't have any respect for the defense team, is from what I've seen thus far. That's my issue right there, Sarge. I don't think, sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think Hitler is a big part of this, okay? The boredom, the unjust disrespectfulness, things like that. That's the biggest thing I'm worried about at this point. And for the jury to watch him react to the defense team that way is where I worry. If he does it, he may not when they show up. But if he does that, that's where I worry the problem's going to be.
Make a point that I think there's a controlling factor for what Hitler's doing.
Right.
What a lot of you are not really understanding is that every argument she's putting in front of him, she's brought to the Supreme Court. And she's argued these motions, and she's made these arguments for 2 years.
Yeah,
in front of other courts. Agreed?
Judge, agree.
Then it was up to the appellate or Supreme Court to go after the indictment. And a lot of the information that she's presenting Judge Hippler has already been ruled on by the other courts, whether you like the ruling or not.
Right.
And so when you say he's all for the prosecution or blah, he don't like Ann, he knows that most of what she's presenting in these motions have already been addressed in other areas or other parts of the process. So to him, it's just like, what the fuck? You already know I'm not going to agree with that.
Well,
and so we're interpreting that as he's against the prosecutor or against the defense. But realize that when you take over a case that's had a judge and a Supreme Court or a Supreme or an appellate court involved, where the things have been appealed, and now all of it's coming to you, their decisions impact what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying, Jess?
I get it, but
yeah, and Ann Taylor may well prove us all wrong. But the way I believe if Ann Taylor is going to win this case, she's going to do it by laying her trap, sort of playing coy, and all of a sudden she's going to, bring something out like a Hail Mary. I still think she needs something big.
Everything is a Hail Mary. I mean, think about this. You're going to show the jury and make an argument that's Brian Koberger in that car. And then she's going to say, Jesse, I'll tell you what feature gives that car to Brian. What makes that Brian's car? And the cop can't answer that. Everything she's going to do when she hits back, she's going to be hitting for a home run on every single one of their witness testimonies as far as what their evidence is. And every single thing that's thrown her way, she should be able to get a double, triple, or a home run off from. What piece of evidence puts him in that house, Jess?
I'm going to compare it to my conversation with Jeff H. the other day. And you can have the best arguments in the world. Sometimes it just doesn't matter if the audience isn't receptive. And I think she might run into a little bit of that.
Well, I guess time will tell.
Heather thinks says she's definitely has a few traps coming, and I have to agree. And I've said before, you guys, I truly feel that any question that Ann asks, she already has an answer to it. Any fact that Ann provides or puts out there, she already knows the reaction or already knows the standard for it. And anything that Ann is going to approach with, I think she's already ahead of that in that sense. That's something I do feel from what I've seen. In turn, I think that will be what can get her where she needs to be. That's just my opinion at that point. And we'll see. I don't know. Welcome, Ray Knightley, Deidre, Carrie Pastula. Appreciate all you guys for joining us. And Rach, good to see you. Anybody I may have missed, we'll catch up with you. I promise. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I think it's going to be an excellent little trial.
Oh my God, yeah. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you, Brad guy.
She's not going to try to overcome factual data that she can't wiggle out of. She has to overcome data that has no fact to support it in a story they're trying to sell. I mean, if you're a lawyer, that's the perfect defendant. You can't place him at that home in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, you're making guesses about events that you yourself were not a witness to. And so, you're taking 7 cars from 7 different cameras and trying to daisy chain them. That's a difficult basket to make. I want to keep going back to sports because I know he's a sports guy. Yeah. Right? I mean, she's not Tom Brady, but she really don't need to be. She could be Colin Kaepernick.
You couldn't use somebody better than Tom Brady, Sarge. What the hell? Come on now.
But I've got to point out, Sarge, you're a highly intelligent individual, and you're sitting here having a conversation with 2 guys who are at least.
Don't even try that shit. No, that ain't a compliment. You're just trying to slap me in the.
No. You haven't. Let me finish. You're sitting here talking to 2 guys with at least reasonable intelligence.
Decent, good.
But there's no guarantee that the jury is going to have any intelligence whatsoever. Somebody in the chat just used a pejorative toward Jeff H. And I said, there's a lot of Jeff H's out there. You could get a whole jury full of them.
There is. But see, it's not their job. She doesn't have to argue with the jurists. She just has to get 1 or 2 jurists to follow along and ask the question. If they can't identify Brian in that car and that's his car and they're just suggesting it is, am I going to vote to put bullets in this guy? Because that's really, she needs to really press down hard on that. Your viewing of this evidence and your determination of this evidence will execute this gentleman that I defend.
Well, I would agree that any reasonable juror should not see enough evidence to convict. I just don't have any faith that there's going to be reasonable jurors. In fact, the term reasonable juror almost seems like, what do you call it, an oxymoron?
Yeah, it does. It's like central, naval intelligence or something.
Have you guys both seen this little thing here? It's only 5 minutes long. I've not seen it yet, so I wanted to run this real quick and see what the hell everybody's talking about. If you don't mind, it's 5 minutes long, so it won't take long.
People are talking shit with using names. I mean, I don't even know who they are.
Right. Well, I probably know some of them. I probably haven't written down. Thank you, Wisdom. And welcome, Bry Guy. Good to see you tonight. let's see what they're saying real quick that everybody's making a big deal up. The big thing's going to be tomorrow, I guess, but we'll see.
In this house, just steps from campus, in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, for University of Idaho.
Can you guys hear it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Idaho students Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death. Their accused killer, Brian Koberger, faces trial this summer. He's pleaded not guilty. For the last 2.5 years, Dateline has been reporting, gathering, and learning from people with direct knowledge of the case. We've obtained things that have never before been seen publicly, like these security videos from a camera on a house near the murder scene, videos that show a white sedan, a car that investigators believe was driven by Brian Koberger, making repeated passes at the King Road house that night before the murders. With evidence like this and our reporting, we have assembled a timeline for the weeks, months, and days before and after the murders. Starting with a pool party Koberger attended in July, just after he moved to the area in pursuit of his PhD in criminology. An exclusive interview with a woman who exchanged numbers with Koberger, then did not return his text.
The universe intervened and for whatever reason just distracted me from further engaging in that interaction.
We'll also reveal records from Koberger.
Stop. What did she say?
Hold on, I heard part of it, but something about
she's a pretty good looking girl for a guy like him to, or I mean, for any guy to.
He got her number. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That seems like a hell of an achievement to me.
He was interested at some point, and he's not. Yeah, he's definitely not. That's the thing. So yeah.
But I want to know.
She doesn't say that she was creeped out by him or anything. She just said she didn't get around to calling him back.
Basically, I think that's kind of what it said. I'm gonna play it back real quick, and I think that you can see the.
She said something about the university, didn't she?
That's what she said. Yeah. Hang on a minute.
From Koberger's cell phone that are in the possession of law enforcement, and Google searches regarding the
engaging in that interaction.
An exclusive interview with a woman who exchanged numbers with Koberger, then did not return his text.
The universe intervened and for whatever reason just distracted me from.
The universe intervened and distracted her. It wasn't the university. So
she makes it sound like she wanted to go out with him, just didn't get around to it.
Right. That's
Other
it.
things
had nothing to do with him. That's a fact. So
right. Someone else had a bigger willy and she ran around with him.
Further engaging in that interaction.
We'll also reveal records from Koberger's cell phone that are in the possession of law enforcement, and Google searches regarding the serial killer Ted Bundy. We have also seen these. Dozens of photos in Koberger's cell phone, browsing history, women from Washington State and the University of Idaho, including close friends of the King Road victims. Dateline has also obtained records showing the details of what an FBI cell phone expert has claimed to be in the month before the murders, 23 occasions when Koberger's phone connected to a cell tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters of the house at 1122 King Road. And in the hours after the murders.
Can you hold for a second?
The timing
was this. Did he just say the cell tower was 100 meters from her home?
No.
Yes, he did.
Well, I mean, basically, he said, yeah.
Connected to a cell tower 100 meters from her home, but made it sound like Brian was 300 feet away from them.
Yes.
Listen to that again. What he really says and what I know everybody's getting from that. You're getting Brian was 100 meters away from the house.
That's exactly what it sounds like they're saying, yeah.
It's not what they're saying. They're saying the cell tower was 100 meters away from the home. He connected to a cell tower 100 meters away from the home.
I'll play it back real quick.
Play it back.
Dateline has also obtained records showing the details of what an FBI cell phone expert has claimed to be in the month before the murders, 23 occasions when Koberger's phone connected to a cell tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters of the house.
It connected to a cell tower that provides coverage to within 100 meters from the house. That doesn't mean shit.
No, it's another one of those.
Well, yeah. It does. It provides cell coverage for a lot more than 100 meters.
Right. So
like 20 kilometers or something, right?
It's quite a distance, and that's the whole problem. They're trying.
Isn't there a cell tower relatively close to this house?
Twiz.
You know who would know is that Twizzle stick.
He does know. He knows exactly where they're at. But
what about the fact that he says the cell phone is in possession of law enforcement, and then he suggests that they have information from the cell phone that's in possession of law enforcement? I mean, that sounds like you're admitting to a crime to me.
Well, the coverage area, according to Heather, stops 300 feet short of the house.
And they dumped all that, and he wasn't involved in that.
That would mean it's a Washington State tower.
Right. So, I mean, this is crazy. So more propaganda, deceptive wording, all that bullshit. So yes, it's what they do.
At 1122 King Road. And in the hours after the murders, details of the timing of phone calls Brian Koberger made to a phone linked to his parents just before the controversial selfie he took. And we'll talk to the mother whose daughter was supposed to be staying in the house the night of the murders, but a change of plans may have saved her daughter's life.
How soon was it that you thought, my God, she was going to be there?
I didn't think about that right away.
Oh.
All I could think about was the kids.
Makes you sad too, doesn't it?
It does. Sorry.
So many damage.
And that is the mother of who was supposed to be the other roommate that initially signed up to live there but didn't move in, Ashlyn Couch. That's who that is. Heather just said, Sarge, that there's 3 towers with Moscow addresses. Only 2 actually cover the house, and the other one is out. You know, the third one, we already talked about that, Sarge. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that stupid ass selfie thing.
See, it's things like that before you start that. It's those particular statements like that, Jesse, that seem like they're pointing to Brian Koberger doing something that she's going to be able to return with a strong hit out of the park.
Well, like Eddie said, they're making a big deal out of the selfie, which to me is evidence of the only evidentiary value there is look at his hands. For me, that's the only evidentiary value is, does he have any marks on him? And then they tie in the phone call to his parents just before the photo was taken. That almost explains away any controversy at all. You just talk to your parents.
You know what it says to me is the kid's got dexterity issues with his hands, and that top button is buttoned. He's going somewhere. He talked with his parents, and maybe he's been getting help, or maybe he's had issues with the buttons of his shirt. And he's got that. He talked with his mom or whoever, and he's got the button. He sent the selfie to show him, look, I'm doing better.
Yep.
And then he goes to a doctor 2 days later for, I think, what's going to be connected to his dexterity issues.
I think it was the next day, Sarge, which is why he called off of work that day. That's what I'm pretty sure that's when it was.
No, he went on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Someone came forward and come out with Tuesday or Thursday.
Tuesday? Okay. Either that or he did. I know he got a haircut one of them 2 days too.
I think also the school was going into recess for Thanksgiving that Monday, right?
They were supposed to, I think he did another week there or something like that with before the Thanksgiving break happened, I think. Heather said he went November 17th. That was when he went there.
So that was 4 days after the crime.
Right.
So that's probably Wednesday, Thursday.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Deeja's right. Said Keith Morrison can make anything sound sinister with his damn voice. Agreed with the music they're playing in the background.
He's got that horse face too.
Yes. He's getting old. All right, guys.
Much families. Angela Nevejas told us that her there.
I didn't think about that right away.
Oh.
Again, to answer the question, this is Ashlyn Couch's mother. For anybody that wasn't familiar, she was to be the other roommate that never moved in. She signed the lease, but never moved in. So just to give that answer out.
All I could think about was the kids.
Makes you sad too, doesn't it?
It does. Sorry.
So many damaged families. Angela Nevejas told us that her daughter, Ashlyn, Maddie Mogan's best friend, moved away from Idaho and now refuses to come home to visit because of the trauma associated with the murders. She's hoping some of that may change and Ashlyn will start to grieve after Brian Koberger's trial. Back to you, Greg and Savannah.
Such a heartbreaking story, Keith. Thank you. And we know we'll have more on Dateline. We'll look forward to that. I want to turn now to NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who's here. You follow this very closely too. And now we're starting to see some of the case that the prosecution plans to present. What do you think is the significance and how compelling will it be to a jury?
Yeah, there's no question. You can't watch that and not think the prosecution has a very strong case here. But there are defenses that Kohberger's team can offer. It's just a question if the jury finds them convincing. So on the white sedan, for instance, nobody sees Kohberger get in and out of that car. Nobody even sees him leave the house. All you have is a surviving roommate seeing bushy eyebrows, but not actually IDing Kohberger there. On the cell phone tower, they can put up an expert to say cell phone towers are not that accurate. We already know that they're going to say he liked to drive around at night. And so there's nothing that suggests that he was actually casing the joint, as that's basically the prosecution's theory there. Googling Ted Bundy, that does not look good, right? Objectively, that.
Googling Ted Bundy is what he has to do that for the classes he was taking.
Hey, anybody in the chat that's Googled Ted Bundy, put up your hand.
Yeah, we're all murderers. I never have Googled.
Anybody ever looked at any of our Google searches, guys? I'm surprised.
Pics of women on your phone and Googling Ted Bundy. I'm in big trouble.
Hey, Noni, good to see you tonight, Derek. But yeah, and Bunny, welcome to you too. So, and again, like I said, though, I mean, Ted Bundy, for what the guy was going to school for God's sakes, guys, he had to do it. I'm sure I'm sure he looked up Gacy and everybody else at Dahmer. I mean, come on, guys. Good God.
I don't know. If you're going to school to be an architect and you didn't look up the World Trade Center, there's something wrong with you. Does that make you connected to the crime?
Right. That's what I mean.
I mean, come on, man.
You're going to art school. Did you look up Pablo Picasso?
Probably 20 or 30% of the country looked up Ted Bundy at one time or another.
Yeah, exactly.
They just had a Netflix doc with, or I don't know if they just did. I'm so old. 5 years ago seems like yesterday. But Zac Efron played Ted Bundy. I mean, that was a pretty big deal, right? When was that? If anybody knows.
When that show came, or when that came out, was like what, last summer, I think.
Yeah, well, so that's probably when they're talking about it, right?
Probably.
Is a serial killer a man that's caught during his first crime? I don't understand the terminology here. How do you consider that? That's a multiple homicide. But if he's a serial killer, that would imply he's committed homicides prior to this, doesn't it? Or am I wrong here?
I mean, I wouldn't imagine. I think I can agree with you. Yeah, Ted Bundy killed while being a fugitive 3 times. It's very true, Miss Wisdom. Thank you.
Yeah, I never this idea that this kid's got an affliction to serial killers. I don't know. Or a connection.
Well, and if you did, why would it be Ted Bundy? Isn't he like the Buffalo Bills kicker or something of serial killers? I mean, he's a failure. He got caught over and over again. He wasn't particularly. I don't know why anybody would want to strive to be Ted Bundy, aside from the part.
But I mean, think Scott Norwood got dealt a bad hand, Jesse. They left him on the 54-yard line.
Yeah.
The guy's got to kick a 70-yard punt and he misses, and he's the bum. It's like, really?
Right.
Really? Yeah.
If you wanted to be a serial killer, why wouldn't it be the guy in San Francisco, the Zodiac, right?
What about the Gilgo?
Or the Gilgo Beach? Well, that's not really fully out there, completely done.
Son of Sam, remember the Son of Sam? I was in jail with his son.
Son of Sam, or but the Zodiac never got caught, right?
Right.
Yeah, I was.
And how many victims did he have?
Sunshine State Killer. That guy right there, Sunshine State Killer, killed for 50 years, and he was a cop. So I mean, come on. That would make
the state's theory on BK is that he wants to be the smartest guy in the room, the genius type that commits the perfect crime and doesn't get caught. That's not Bundy. That's a lot closer to the with the Zodiac. Sending in the codes to the newspapers and all that. That seems to fit what they're trying to portray him as a lot better than Bundy.
Of course. Yeah. There's a lot of other people that he could. And by the way, Ramsland used to write about and study Bundy all the time. And she's a college professor, folks. That was his professor. Remember the one he's in love with? That one there. That's such bullshit too. But anyway, Golden State Killer. That's who I was trying to say. Thank you, Brian. Or whoever said that. Was it Brian? You guys are flying by so fast I can't even see it. Raquel. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. Anyway, on we go.
Onward.
It's almost over.
That does not look good, but he's a criminology student. It's not a crime to Google serial killers.
Laura Jarrett doing her best defense attorney this morning.
Yeah.
And you know,
Devil's
you find in trials, you know, any particular piece of evidence can be batted down, but sometimes it's the totality
Correct.
of
and
the
of
evidence.
course, the biggest piece is that his DNA is found in the crime scene, and the defense is going to have to try
According
to
to
explain that,
prosecutors,
according
yeah.
to prosecutors.
What about motive, Laura? The fact that even now, a couple years after the murders themselves, no motive has been presented.
I think I've always found that curious. Jurors like to attach to a story, and I think they're going to want to at least hear what the state has to offer on that. And I think by the time we get to trial, prosecutors are going to have something. Was it stalking? Did he target them? They're going to want to understand what the prosecution's theory is. Why did he pick these particular students?
But they don't have. Do they have to?
No,
Okay.
they do not have to offer a motive. We should be clear about that. That's not a part of the case, but I'm just saying as they're laying it out to flesh it out, they might want to.
Makes sense, Laura. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And Craig getting his court TV on. I love it.
I love being sandwiched between two lawyers.
I know, and I'm proud of you. You're like, motive is not an element of the crime. Well done, my friend. Okay, reminder, you can see Keith's full report tomorrow night, all new Dateline 9, 8 Central, right here on NBC.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on.
All right. Thanks, Al. So I am curious to see the whole thing, but I kind of like what those people were saying at the end. It seems like they can see it from the other side in some ways too. So, hey, Canadian Cat Lady, good to see you tonight, dear.
You know, Joanne is saying that car is a visible sunroof. Is there any way to play the video of the car moving around without volume?
Which one?
In the clip you just played, they show the video of a car.
Yeah, hold on.
Is there a play? Can you get that? Turn their volume off and just let that roll, and let's see if there's any indication that there is a sunroof on the car. I didn't notice one, but I wasn't looking.
Yeah, no problem.
Sometimes we see what we want to see. So,
well, that's a fact too. That is a fact.
I mean, you could blow it up and get it as pixelated as possible, and we probably could see I don't know, Chinese ship stuck in the ocean there. I don't know.
This is kind of a hard one, but hold on a minute. Yeah, hold on. No volume, no problem.
What say you there, Jess?
I thought it was interesting when they corrected each other, saying the prosecution claims that it's his DNA, and they wouldn't make that definitive statement, acknowledging how controversial the DNA actually is.
Right. Mm-hmm. They have to get into all the other samples they didn't investigate.
Right. That's really hard to see with those light. Oh,
right
wait.
There. Oh, wait.
There. I did see something there. Hold on, Sarge.
Hold it. I don't see one. Scoot forward a second, you know? Can you?
Yeah, hold on.
We're turning Dago into a videographer here.
It's amazing that the Gilter channels are talking about this like it's the smoking gun.
No,
I mentioned it. I said to Jeff H. on his channel today, I stopped by just to leave a comment. I said, I'm going to turn you into a pro burger one day. And he says, his first thing he says is, have you seen the new video? I'm just like, yeah, there's some lights and a car.
Hold on, Sarge. It jumps past that at that. I do see something there. It looks like.
I don't. I see
it's
that's background noise coming into the picture. That's not a sunroof.
It may not be. I'm just saying.
That whole front fascia, the whole front part of that roof is white. Just if you click forward and stop instantly. Yeah, or let it go forward at a really slow speed. That'd be awesome.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
You are the man, Dago. You got all of that shit written in stone. We're going to call you Moses.
Don't go too far now. Okay. Bear with the speed, guys. It's going slow.
Yeah, that light's blind you.
See, they cut it off right at that point.
Right there. See, I don't see a sunroof.
I don't see one here either. Maybe that was just the light glaring then.
But I don't see a Hyundai Elantra either.
Not right there. I don't. I'm just saying I don't. That's a 2-door car. It looks like. Does it or does it
No,
not?
it could be a 4-door, and it could be white, but it could be anything. But
where's the other door at, Sarge? Oh
listen,
wait, maybe right there. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like the tire is kind of forward there. I don't know.
I don't see any evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. That's for sure.
No, that's what they need. It's beyond a reasonable doubt.
Let's try it again. Yeah, I don't think I do see a sunroof. Come on, them damn lights. That one word. I think you're right. I think you're right. They don't look like damn sunroofs, Sarge. I think you're right.
No, it doesn't. But here's the thing: we can look at this picture till our faces fall off, and based on some of the comments I got about being an old man and my threat, I'm getting self-conscious. But I don't have much time for my face to fall off, apparently, Jess.
So I just want to point this out that when we're watching this video and discussing how much evidentiary value this type of stuff has. In the Karen Reed trial, in the first trial, they've got a video of her in a bar sitting and talking to people, and they play the video in the first trial. They played the video, and they had the officer count how many drinks she's had, and he's just doing a running tally and saying, yeah, she's had 3, now she's had 4. But if you're actually watching the video, you can't see her ordering drinks or receiving drinks. You can't see any of that. The tally just keeps on going up, and you're scratching your head going, am I dumb? Because I'm not seeing it. And they got away with it in the first trial, but they didn't get away with it today. They tried to do the same thing today, and they got
Could it be the same glass she picked up 3 or 4 different times, and he's calling them new drinks? Is that what he suggested?
Or the view was obstructed, and she reaches behind somebody, and they say, well, that she was clearly getting another drink, and it's like, well, you can't see that because there's a man standing in front of her. I mean, you could just imagine how somebody narrating. This is a common thing in media. There's a meme of the knives, that can reverse depending on the angle you look at them. But it's all about the narration. They put something on the screen and they tell you what it is, and you believe what you hear rather than what you see.
Right. Well, that's what all these narrators do here on YouTube. They tell you what they're going to show you, and then they blow up this picture to the level of pixelation only a retard could make it out. And everybody's running around saying they saw something. And what do they see? Exactly what the person narrating the clip is telling you to see. It's just crazy. I mean,
yeah, it's nuts. So that's all part of the game. It's all part of the game. I know I didn't see a sunroof. A lot of people didn't. A lot of the mods and say Alicia, SRB, none of them said they saw one. So who knows?
I saw.
I didn't either. But anyway, forward. Do you opine? What'd you say? What are you talking about there, Ballpark? Let me see. Did I miss something you said up here? Hold on.
Ballpark Franks. I had some of them today. They plump when you cook them.
Yes. Are you getting paid? Are you getting paid by Ballpark there, Sarge?
Nor am I being paid by Oreos. No.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. Or the Elephant Man.
Right. Yeah, there still is. There's supposed to be a gag still, Joanne, but is it in effect? I mean, after watching, the Gonsalves World Tour, not to be disrespectful, but it didn't seem to be. I'll just
Some
say
interesting tidbits came out of the latest one with the interview room.
Oh, did he do another one? Because I didn't even see that yet.
Yeah, he did another one with the interview room, and I watched it, and I didn't get that much out of it. It was a real sob fest. They didn't really talk about the details of the case as much as he did in the other ones with Daniel and Ashley Bumfield, but there was a lot of God be with you, praying together, crying together, a lot of that stuff going on.
It was Steve Gonzalez that said that there was blood on a sleeve. And it wasn't until they released that there was blood on the sheath that I made the connection that what he was referring to was the sheath, but he called it a sleeve, which is what some of those knife things are often called.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's yet to actually, for my personal taste, admit and accept where all the information that he was sharing with us has been false. He's been lied to. He's been misled.
Almost all. I'm going to give you 85% of what he's put out, other than like things that you can't say that are wrong, has been false information, and it's just sad. Right. It's sad.
There's that guy 12 Gauge has a video of a boot print, a regular man's working boot print out by the tree.
Yeah.
And that print in front of Dylan's door is a Vans.
Yeah, so it's a Vans shoe print, right?
Correct, right? So whatever that print is, it's got nothing to do with whoever allegedly left the house and walked out the back.
Right.
That's another piece of info that
two different pieces of information, right?
Right, and the police were taking pictures. They put an evidence card by it and a ruler. They were, they collected that boot print as evidence or potential evidence. So,
so there was a few interesting things in that interview room discussion with Chris McDonough. One of them was Christy admitted or stated that she's never actually listened to the 911 call, which I thought was
interesting.
Well, I mean, they've made a decision that they want to support Dylan and Bethany. How can you make that decision without listening to, you'd think that you'd need to hear that 911 call.
It's almost like at this point, and all due respect, to the family, but it almost sounds like they're afraid to hear any other information because it may change their mind. And that sounds ridiculous, folks, but that's how I'm gathering this at this point.
I don't think it's ridiculous at all. And that if she knows, like for me, you're better off not letting me see something like that, because if it's as convoluted as it really is and I catch that, I'm going to be all over the place with that.
Of course.
I'm going to be on that crazy train.
That's exactly.
But if you're going to come out and make public statements about supporting people,
well, you
shouldn't be ignoring all the information that's going to you're going to need to have to be supporting them.
How do you see a woman laying out on a floor with her head towards the wall and her feet towards the door, right? And hours later, when you're up and about, and you've made more attempts to contact the person, how is it that you and Bethany just don't sneak up the staircase and look around the corner? I mean, there's nothing that woman says that makes any sense at all.
You combine that statement that she's never heard the call with the statement from Steve when he was talking to Daniel and confronted about the conflicting stories that they'd given Daniel in the past about the door being blocked and Hunter coming over to open the door, and Daniel saying, "Oh, I don't know, man, if it was the bedroom door or the front door. I just, I never knew."
He's trying to suck dick and he's not good at it, apparently.
Just as Jesus Christ. Just as much as when, in the very beginning, Christy, one of the main statements she made when they asked her about it, that she believed, and I'll never forget this, that the person that did this was somebody that was very close and knew Kaylee. There was that, first and foremost. Okay. And Ashley Banfield, as much as she irritates the shit out of me, okay, at the end of that interview, and Jesse pointed it out, that she starts asking the quiet questions and asks them out loud, okay, and basically gets him. She fumbles him up. She's asking him questions that he's not expecting, because nobody ever asks these questions of him, and nobody ever points out these things of him, and he kind of stutters around it. No disrespect intended, because he can't answer him the right way, in my opinion, because it's not part of the propaganda, period. And it doesn't go with that narrative. So in turn, he starts fumbling around. Well, the one thing that really got me was when that whole Wi-Fi comment, which was such bullshit, where he said that his phone touched the Wi-Fi, and then that gets brought back up, and he goes, "Well, I must have read it wrong." What? Come on now. Okay, we can't be doing that kind of stuff. That's what I'm saying.
The 911 call was very similar, just that a very descriptive, detailed story that they put out there. And then he has the balls to say he didn't know whether it was the bedroom door or the front door. So what he's saying is either he's lying and he's covering up for his lie, or he just didn't care enough to even check any of the details or even understand what was being told to him. So
you guys, I was misunderstanding Daniel.
And if you
go ahead.
With that,
I'm not talking about Daniel. I'm talking about the communication between him and Hunter, because he got a story from Hunter, and now he's saying that when Hunter was telling the story, he wasn't quite clear on what door was what was what. So that's basically.
You really think the drunk turkey talked to Hunter?
No. Steve Gonzalez.
No, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So
the story originally came from Christy, who was relaying what Hunter told to Steve, and then Steve came on. So this was out, half a year ago or something, or a year ago, a long time.
Yeah.
But then when we heard the call, it was completely different than what they told us.
Yes.
And now Steve's claiming he never really got all the details. He didn't know which door was which or who was where or any. So it's almost like he's not even. So you got Christy saying she's never heard it, and then Steve saying which I would lean towards him lying to cover up his original lie. But if you don't think he's lying, then neither one of them are very interested in getting the details right.
Yeah, I suspect Steve is consciously lying, because he also said, when he said that somebody said something about the transfer DNA to him, and he jumps back, he goes, there's more DNA than that. There's DNA on a sleeve, and you'll see. And look, he's right. There was more DNA, but none of it's Brian's.
Nope.
But his delivery of the information was to imply that there was more than transfer DNA at the scene from Brian Koberger. And now that it's proven it's not, he avoids the topic completely. He's willfully lying to the public.
So do you guys remember in the drunk turkey interview, he was asked, was Kaylee living at the house? And you can see a jump cut. They edited out what he said, his answer.
Yeah.
And he totally avoided the question and gave a completely convoluted answer about something else. Well, it comes up in the interview room discussion with Chris McDonough. Christy brings it up out of nowhere. She was really emotional. She was in tears, but she brings up a massive fight between Maddie and Kaylee that was months long. They didn't see each other for months. Mm-hmm. And Maddie was supposed to be in the wedding party for Olivia's wedding. And they had to set it up so that Maddie would come over and apologize to Kaylee. And Christy said, just give her a big hug. And Maddie said, I'm afraid she'll punch me in the face. So, I mean, she's describing a pretty serious, epic battle between two besties that sounds like it almost ended the relationship. And it also sounds like they've been taking steps to downplay the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And also downplay the fact that Kaylee got out of Dodge, not because she was moving on with her life because she got a new job, but because of some infighting between the roommates.
And see, that relates back, Jesse, to something I had heard. I think a few of us did way earlier on that Maddie had started kind of hanging around with a different crowd of people that Kaylee wasn't into at that point, and things changed between them, so on and so forth. So if they were coming back together, I don't know. We don't know. That's the thing, but that's interesting.
Her coming back, or being lured back by Dylan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that disturbs me the most, is that everything pivots off of Dylan. Everything.
A lot of it does. You're right.
Before, during, and after. It all is. Dylan is the center of everything. And yet, she's not involved at all. I just am stunned that even the most green police officer doesn't observe that or can't see that. I'm surprised so many people in true crime. Remember when we tried doing it a year and a half, 2 years ago? I wanted to get into the Dylan. Nobody wanted. Then Linda Lane dropped and all of the chaos that ensued. And in the end, when you look at all of the things you now know, you can't not extract Dylan from this crime.
Right.
And not as an innocent observer or a victim.
Not at this point, no.
Everything that night centers on Dylan Mortensen. Does that mean she's involved? I don't know. I can't say one way or the other.
Here's my opinion, Sarge. In some sense, she has to be. In some sense, not maybe fully, but to some extent, there's got to be some form of involvement, in my opinion.
And what was the breaking news that made that absolutely crystal clear to all of us?
What was it? Go ahead.
Well, the 911 call being released.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I just find it so odd that Christy hasn't hasn't heard it. And Steve claims that he wasn't even paying attention when he was being told what really happened.
Right.
What did it for me was my analysis came before any of all of this data has been. Everybody's got it now, and they can pretty much see it. I got onto Dylan instantly.
Yes.
Because as a professional ex-liar, right? All of us think we're excellent at it, and I wasn't either. Right? I was arrested. I was caught. I could see everything she said as a distraction from herself. And there was nothing in this whole case. There's nothing that's ever had me. There's nothing been presented that thinks that you could take Dylan out of the equation. Nothing.
Right.
Now there's so much to fill in gaps that I could never possibly have filled in. But now that all these gaps are filled in, other people, I think, can see clearly there's something wrong with Dylan's part in this thing.
And that's why I don't understand the support that the G's are giving Dylan. I've never understood. I thought at the very beginning, one of the first interviews I saw, that they were leaning in the direction that there was something not right with her. And then all of a sudden they've done nothing but support her. And
they never considered her a suspect based on the interviews.
Never. Not that I've ever seen. So like Heather said, they want the public to have sympathy for her being young when it comes to not calling 911 for 8 hours, but also she's reliable. She's bullshit. I mean, there's no way, in my opinion, that there's not something there. The biggest thing that bugs me is bringing Kaylee back and physically going to her house to do it. And that could have been done over the phone. Obviously, Kaylee wasn't responding. Okay. And even Christy said that she bounced it around for the whole day before she agreed to it. And then Dylan shows up at her house and then it happens. There's something not right with that.
All 4 of those students' phones didn't ring. There's no possible way with an open bedroom door that you could call Zayna and Ethan and their phone's not ringing and you not hear that.
Right.
There's no
and there's no excuse for reporting a passed out roommate 8 hours later when you've been frantically phoning everybody all night long saying, please answer. Oh, please answer. Why were they not mentioned? Why did they not mention the fact that there was 4 other people in the house or 3 other people in the house that weren't responding?
Stop at the top of the hallway and immediately from there, you've got the phone in your hand, call 911.
Never makes any sense.
That's what I'm saying. You can't. She don't even make a square. This woman is making some geometric shape that you can't define in the 4th dimension. When you take what she says and what she saw and what she heard and what she did, you're never going to make that a circle of logic because it's impossible. Right? That's like saying you're going to take a long walk to the moon.
Of what I was saying earlier about how they put something on the screen and they tell you what you're seeing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense. I think the 911 call, they tell you what you're supposed to be hearing. But if you're actually listening, I don't know how any reasonable person could listen to that call and believe what's being said. But they conditioned everybody for the last 2 years, telling them the story that when it comes out, a lot of people already have that story in their head. Well, they know what's going on because they've read the PCA. They know the story. To me, it smells of absolute BS.
Does it disturb either of you guys that what is now being shown to be a completely false accusation, all the accusations in the PCA are false? Doesn't that disturb the hell out of you that a man was arrested with that stuff?
You know what disturbs me more, Sergeant, is that people will defend it. And I had a conversation on this panel a couple of days ago, and somebody said, well, I'm going to trust what I hear from law enforcement over what I trust when I hear from the defense. And I said, yeah, well, law enforcement put out the PCA, and they didn't seem to understand that. And I said, well, the PCA is all lies. And there's people out there that will defend the PCA. And I don't know that, I mean, Bill Thompson can't even defend the PCA.
This is why I wish it would have stayed with Judge Judge. Remember when Judge confronted the state confronted the defense on the jury questionnaire? And Judge said the state isn't alleging that Brian Koberger stalked the victims. Or the state jumped up and said, we never said he stalked anybody. And so, in other words, Judge knew without a doubt that there was no stalking. None of the travels that gentleman took had anything to do with connecting to that house. He knew that, but now Hitler doesn't know that. You understand? Now they're telling you there's 23 different times. So Judge had them say openly in court, if I were Ann, I would try to get entered into evidence, clips from the previous hearings with Judge. where Bill Thompson's making statements that are undeniable. IgG wasn't what we used. Now they're telling Hip where it is.
Mm-hmm.
He never stalked. Now they're trying to imply he did 23 times. I would actually make sure the judge saw these videos and tell the judge, what are we doing here? Because we're in a different court, we're playing by different rules.
Dago, can you highlight Chris Dohany's comment?
Yes, sir. Let me find it here. Give me a second here. Back up.
Bill Thompson is going to defend the PCA to a bunch of YouTube detectives. He doesn't need to defend it to me. He said in open court that the PCA is irrelevant.
Right.
When I said he can't defend it, I'm not talking about defend it to me. Nobody needs to defend anything to me. I'm just a guy in Thailand with a few things to say. But you can't defend it because the statements in the PCA have been proven to be incorrect. It's not even really debatable.
Yeah, Payne was on the stand. He was really sharp on the stand when he admitted that none of the video collected and none of the 64 terabytes of data can they identify Brian Koberger or his car.
Right.
Everything they've got is similar. It's a guess. I don't know if that's another tape I would play for the court. Mm-hmm. I would be dragging some of the other stuff from the other hearings and bringing those people on and then playing their testimony and asking them, are you here today saying that what you said in this court, you're contradicting what you said on the stand in this court under oath? Is that what you're saying, Officer Payne? And then I would try to get Bill Thompson on the stand. Make this a real argumentative issue. When it came to the jury.
Could be, Lily.
You see what I mean, though, about people defending the PCA? I really think on a slow day, it would be worth just pulling up the PCA and picking it apart piece by piece.
Or putting it together with the state destroying it themselves with their own answers to the PCA. It's not you or I. It's not YouTubers destroying the PCA. The state that wrote it destroys it. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. It's not us. We're only going based on what they themselves have said about that document, which now they're saying is not relevant.
But it goes to show you how you can't have an intelligent conversation with some people if you tell them the PCA is inaccurate and they're not even aware, or they don't even grasp that the PCA is inaccurate when it's like I said, it's not even really up for debate.
Well, even at the same time with that, they don't want to, Jesse. That's the problem. Now they don't want. Once it's almost like it was locked down, and they threw the key away, and that's the end of it. We can't talk about anything else now. This ridiculous, overwritten document is nothing but toilet paper at this point. Nothing on here other than this date right here. It's probably true at this point. Truly, this is it. Okay, it's garbage. We could sit here and go through this whole thing and pull out highlighted pieces of this that don't exist at all, that mean nothing to this case.
I said in the first time I met you, Dago, when you had me up on your panel, that this document is exculpatory to the accused.
You did. He did. He said this is what's going to exonerate Brian Koberger.
There's not a single thing in that document that places Brian Koberger in or even near that house during the times of the crime.
Right.
Nothing. Zero.
Yeah,
everything it does allege is places Brian somewhere else. It constantly tracks him. According to them, their understanding of where he's located is not near the crime scene in this entire document. So that's exculpatory.
Yep.
They're trying to say the missing time that they have, they're trying to force people to buy, which many morons did, that missing time is proof in and of itself that he was at the house. And that's no way to make a determination of fact, because I just don't get it. It's like, I could see you doing that with believing in a God, in a supreme being. Okay. There's no fact. There's nothing you can look at, touch, feel, taste, or play with to confirm the existence of a God. I understand you believing in God, and I respect that. But when a cop tells you that a defendant was everywhere but the crime, and then tells you he couldn't track him for a couple hours, and then tells you that's when he did it, and you believe that, you're just an idiot.
Right.
Oh, he had a cute daughter. I wish my daughter was that age again.
That was another question. Raquel said, "Hey there, little one. Good to see you."
Nice.
Adorable, Jesse. Adorable.
Yeah, kids are awesome at that age, man.
So this is a good question here on page 1 right there. Somebody asked, why is there an entire page redacted about Ethan Chapin? That's a good question. That's a great question. I'd like to know what that was redacted at this point. or was it just more bullshit that didn't need to be there? Because none of it's true. Okay, just think about where we're at from this point here, folks, to where we're at right now. It's absolutely insane how different, completely different it is now. It's crazy. And none of this means anything anymore. So what the hell was the point in this document? That's my question.
It was to get an arrest warrant for a quadruple homicide, which should never. That's what I said when I came around here.
Right.
That doesn't reach probable cause, or it just doesn't. That does not reach the level of probable cause. That's a guess by a police officer at best. It's a theory. That's it.
The link is pinned in the top of the chat, Terry. Go ahead. Sorry.
You shouldn't be arrested on the theory of a policeman unless the theory has pertinent facts that you can't avoid. Even one fact that you can't avoid that connects you to the crime. An image of you, an image of your car.
It still contains sworn statements, though, right? Can't you use those sworn statements to impeach during the trial?
Yeah, but do those statements, they're not even right now, Jesse? Would it still matter?
No, it would matter in the defense.
Well, I mean, can't the defense get Brett Payne on the stand and say, you wrote the PCA, you said Dylan awoke at 4:00 to the sounds of Murphy. Did she say this in an interview? Can we see the interview? That's
a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. What happened?
Yeah. See, this is the other thing, too. A lot of people realize that paid attention is that a lot of the arguments she made early on to get this squashed, she didn't have the pertinent discovery to fully present a case to squash it. That discovery was dragged on for more than 2 years. And so anytime she got a chance to have a hearing to squash stuff, she didn't have full discovery. And what she has now, if she could go back in time and use the info she has now, this case would have been squashed. They would have, the appeal to the grand jury. The thing in the grand jury, I promise you that they're not going to show us, is that the IGG was used in the grand jury.
Right.
And that was the pivotal reason that they indicted the guy. Yet there was no IGG used in the application for the arrest warrant. Mm-hmm. That's where these two documents part ways. And that's why Bill Thompson is saying they're separate. They don't matter. I don't need the PCA because he's got the indictment. And the indictment has information and lies and twists and turns that is not in the probable cause affidavit. It's a tragedy what they've done here. It's very sad.
Well, they almost actually kind of lied within this statement here has always bothered me. I don't know why I'm even looking at this, but when he said, I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. But the other PCI, I can't remember what it was, stated that it was found underneath her thigh and the comforter.
Can I say something?
Hey, Terry.
Right now, what are we talking about right now?
Just a little bit everything, but you can't have it both ways.
PCA, not being right, whatever. People that don't look at, how many people do we have on here? Whatever, 300 people, 400, 600, I don't know. But here's the deal. Why the heck did they let Chris, what's his face? Chris M.
Oh, Chris McDonough.
Yeah. Stand in there and do a video where YouTube, we can't even say so many words, right? We can't even say the word BLOOD, yet they let the guy come 3 or 4 days later, right? And find a glove that no policeman found.
Why was he even allowed on the scene?
Why was he allowed on the scene?
Why was he allowed to be there? That's a big question right there by itself.
He
wasn't walk by the garbage cans. He was walking. If you're talking about that guy McDonough that walked down the road and up the street,
either he lied or they said him. They gave us.
That's not the glove. That's not the glove in evidence with blood.
I don't care.
No. They found he found a different one that he lied about. Yeah.
Who cares?
Terry just reminded me about something else about the McDonough interview that I found extremely disturbing. And I guess McDonough's got a buddy on there. I don't know what his name is. He's some kind of doctor or something.
Yeah.
Super, super annoying guy. Yeah. The kind of guy that makes you can taste that puke taste in your mouth every time he talks.
Yes.
And he floated a motive theory on Kohberger. And it was really disgusting to hear. He went on about how Kaylee was loved and she came from such a beautiful family and God loves her and all this stuff. and that was Brian's motive, is because he wasn't loved, because he didn't come from the kind of family that Kaylee came from.
Oh yeah, that's kind of goes along with Steve. Remember what Steve said, because he was jealous of Kaylee and Maddie's relationship.
And I don't want to, I think it's distasteful to talk about people having good families or bad families. But as far as the Kobergers go, I mean, his parents are upstanding members of the community. There's no indication that he had a terrible upbringing. And when you compare it to Maddie and Xana, it would appear to be more stable than their upbringing. So using that as a motive seems way off base.
Why? Just answer the question why. Why would the police department, why would that not be entered into evidence before they showed on YouTube and TV, mainstream media, that we found that he found that?
They weren't looking for evidence.
What do you mean they weren't looking for evidence? I hope to God they were looking for evidence. It just happened like 3 days before.
I guess that up there was probably his own glove.
Who cares? I mean, yeah. Why would they? It doesn't matter. Why would they let him show people? Hey, guess what? They didn't find this, but I did.
But if you believe it was a cover up, they're not looking for evidence, right? They're looking to avoid finding any evidence.
Right. I attacked him and Howard Blum right in the beginning, and so many of the viewers of True Crime wanted to attack me over it. And those guys are scumbag.
I'll be right back. Keep going. I'll be right back.
They're only in it for the money.
Right. They're not looking for evidence. You know what they're looking for? They're looking for whatever it takes to keep us entertained.
Well, why did Dylan and Bethany and a dozen other college students stay in the same hotel room that night instead of being interviewed and separated and sequestered? Yeah.
Exactly. Why? Why?
Because they weren't looking for evidence.
Why did they show us only little bits and pieces of things? I mean, like the people that they say, "Oh, well, those aren't trash bags by that big trash thing. Those were actual people." And listen,
there was also a jacket found down the street that Maddie was wearing that night, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you never hear more about that. I mean, it's just little bits and pieces of everything, so that we go on the street and we talk about it, we make stories about it. And I was watching another attorney that's a really good one, and he said, and he wasn't even talking about this, but it made so much sense I couldn't believe it. He said, you do know that people love, the number one thing that people love after a big crime is when something is left.
Something is what?
Left. A sheet.
Left? Oh.
Something is left. So that we can focus on it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, people are just entertaining themselves to the extinction of humanity is what's happening.
Well, we're talking this thing to the death. I mean, I also think that Phil made a point of screaming and yelling about Brian didn't and Brian didn't stalk those victims now, right? Well, now it's like it's kind of like if the glove doesn't fit, then you must quit. I mean, come on, people. They're setting everything up for us to remember certain things in this case.
Yeah, that's what propaganda does. That's exactly right.
It is. Stuff that,
I think the sheath was there, and I think the sheath belonged to one of the victims.
Yet he never saw the sheath until the second one came.
Well, they never saw the footprint in front of Dylan's door until the second pass. God only knows what they found, and then now the house is gone. So when she says she saw him 3 feet away, there's no way you could be standing in that hallway and look at somebody, because when you step from the living room to the hallway, you're already heading to the right. You're making the turn. It's a one-step hallway. You don't step in the hallway and walk forward. You step in the hallway and step out of the hallway into the kitchen in one fucking stride. So when Dylan says she saw a guy 3 feet away, she observed the man in the living room coming through the doorway, which is 6 inches taller than her room.
I know.
The floor height difference is 6 inches, meaning the guy that probably broke into an apartment in September of 2021 that never got caught, that was estimated to be 5'4", that's probably who was in this crime scene.
You know how much fairer this crime, the jury, everything about it would be if we could, because you can't take words away, right? You can't take what you've heard, right? I don't care if you say, even if you rebut it or whatever it is, it's just like when you're in court and they say, watch it, when the judge says watch it or sustained or whatever. They still said it and the jury still heard it. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. You can't take that away. I don't care what you say, you can't take that away. What if we take away all the stuff that has been rebutted or is fake or is dumb, or has nothing to do with the court or the case, and we stick strictly to the facts? We can't even do that with what's on the facts, the PCA. But people that aren't watching it are listening to it and all they hear is, well, that's a legal document.
People don't hear that. They hear DNA and it's over in their mind.
Yeah.
Here's the best thing too. Even Judge Hippler did it. There's 7 or 8 more samples of DNA that were never really chased down to find the identity thereof, and those get explained away.
Those were explained away before they even knew about Brian. What was?
Well, why isn't Brian's one of the ones that were? I mean, if you were going to explain any of the way, to me it would be the transfer DNA. But no, that's not what they did.
What was it that Payne said? They didn't put the reason they didn't put in the other DNAs is because they already had triggers in there and they didn't want to lose it.
Well, they already uploaded. Yeah, he's saying CODIS wouldn't allow you to upload. He's a liar.
That's dumb. That makes no sense at all.
But even worse than that is, this is what I was saying in my stream last night. This is tunnel vision, and they focused in on the button snap to the exclusion of all else. And this is so common in law enforcement that it's sickening. The exclusion of all other evidence is what they did here with Kohberger, and they made a narrative fit. They don't have factual data to support any of the suggestions he was near that property, but they force it down your throat to try to make it make sense. To the exclusion of all else.
But they're not even, I don't even think they care about people like us. I really don't. I mean, we're sitting here talking about it, trying to make sense of it.
Of course they don't.
It's going to change tomorrow. Who cares? They're going to drop another little breadcrumb.
They only care if you do videos about a green car, then they care enough to take it down.
Yeah, there you go. And you know what? Who cares?
Someone's asking, how do we know it was male untested? It was unidentified male, because DNA samples that aren't in CODIS are labeled unidentified male. When you send a DNA sample, let me finish. Wait. I want to answer this guy. When you upload a sample to CODIS, it's going to identify male or female as unidentified. So being untested would be, now you're supposed to take that sample and do what you did to it with Brian Kohberger. Send it to IgG. Why didn't they do that with all the samples they collected instead of just one piece of transfer DNA?
Or just keep the sample and compare it to.
They didn't even try.
Retrieve samples from all the witnesses and people surrounding the case and
all
compare
these guys are trying to argue the other DNA isn't relevant, or how do you know if they didn't test it? They didn't look for a specific identity. And they admit that.
You're absolutely right, Sarge. That DNA is the end of the story for the jurors.
Right, and even that stupid Bill Thompson said, we can't give you information we don't have. When she was asking for the results of the lab test on the DNA.
Right, Brian.
Right.
Yep, I agreed, Sarge.
So yeah, a guy like Brian Ramblings, that's probably Jeff, jerk off Jeff.
I think Alan Jackson could really do a number on the cross with the DNA, though. I hope Ann Taylor or Massoff can do it as well, but I feel really confident that Alan Jackson could do it, because I think there's a way on cross when you get the DNA expert on the stand and they're explaining where they found the DNA and how they found the DNA. I think there's a way that you can trick them, because in order for them to explain where they found the DNA, how much they found, and explain away the fact that they found no more anywhere else in the scene, they have to suggest, I believe that they have to suggest that the DNA was on the sheath before the sheath arrived at the scene. And they're obviously not going to want to do that, because that means the DNA doesn't put him at the scene. But they sort of have to do that. And if you approach it in a certain way, I think you can trick them into saying, Well, it was probably on there. He probably got it on there when he was at his house, and then and then you counter with. So what you're saying is,
wait till she hands the knife sheath to one of their scientists, and she has them point to where they collected the DNA sample, and it's made of brass. Right. Watch what happens then. Watch the hammer come out now, and she starts beating people to death with the claw end of it, because that's what's going to happen if that snap is made of brass and not stainless. It's over. That DNA sample is useless and completely unidentifiable simply because of the amount of time it took to get it tested. After within a couple of hours, DNA on brass is almost obliterated. And by the end of 4 hours, it's completely obliterated.
So explain how it grew.
Thanks, nothing.
Do what?
What?
It doubled in size.
Yeah.
That statement again.
What I just said?
No, how did she's asking how it doubled in size.
I think it doubled in size because they actually added all the medical data to their sample. In other words, they looked at the entire sample of what they're not supposed to look at, which is protected under HIPAA. If you remember all the arguments Ann was making about HIPAA, right. I think what the FBI did was they opened up their look into the entire swath of data that was potentially available in that sample, including any medical information they could derive from it. And that's why she was complaining about HIPAA early on.
I would love to take away every single breadcrumb that they have dropped, that has been dropped by the people that are wanting to drop it. Keep us all confused and talking about the wrong things. The unfortunate thing is what they're doing is they're dropping these things, in my opinion, and it's not so much for our benefit. It's more for people that go by, oh, well, it's on a legal document. It must be true.
That doesn't mean anything anymore. It doesn't mean anything anymore at all.
I can tell you a lot of people I know that it does.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying, but you know what I mean.
I think a lot of people, though, also, for whatever reason, they're pro-government. And in as much as, like, this is an example. You know, people are complaining about tariffs, but do you realize that the jobs lost and the unemployment and the Medicaid and the welfare and the other benefits handed out to Americans that don't make these things we import from China are a cost that you can't avoid in your taxes? And so if you're going to complain that tariffs increase the cost of your products, well, that's a short-term truth. But the long-term reality is that when you step up a steel mill anywhere in the country and you employ a lot of people to make steel, well, you're not paying all those unemployment benefits. And the offset cost for the tariff is much less than the actual damage and cost to the nation overall in its manufacturing posture. So what happens is people don't want to think. Tariff bad. Brian Colbert guilty. Because the government or some person that you seem to like or might want to agree with gives you information that's just simple for you to absorb, and there's no reason to take it any deeper than that. But nothing is generally that simple in life. There's more to it. And when you're trying to take someone's freedom away and put them in front of an executing squad, I think most of us reasonable people would say, I would like facts to support my vote to kill this guy, because that's what a juror is going to be doing here. You're going to send this kid to a firing squad.
That's a joke.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Americans that are just, they've been conditioned by school. They think, well, I got a degree and you don't. Yeah, well.
Well, I think those type of people get rewarded for that, right? They're constantly getting the pat on the back for being a good citizen.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in any conspiracy theories, if you just take everything the government says at their word, and you believe everything the police say,
well, they believe you need a college education, right?
You called them a conspiracy theory.
How many of those degrees? Listen, how many of those degrees? How many of these degreed people that spent all that money in school, even a doctor, made $3,500 in 4 hours? How many of them?
Probably not many.
Well, I never even got a fucking high school diploma, and I just did it from what's today? Wednesday, from Monday to Wednesday.
Wow.
I worked 4 hours total. But here's my point: the service industry, the hands-on industries of America, whether it be an engineering degree or it be in a factory or it be laying brick. Or putting in, there's great money in those trades to support a family. There's great health care. Those are the jobs we lost in this country by huge numbers. The middle class has been completely crushed, and everybody thinks you need a degree But what good is that degree if all of those products that you're working to design are going to be made in China, and your neighbors are fucking unemployed, and your taxes are based on all those unemployment pay? Aren't you better off getting those jobs back in America?
Right.
Aren't you better off not going to college and getting a job where you can actually power wash houses and make yourself $2,000 a day? Right? I mean, there's so many things you could do in this country to make money, and yet, no, people don't want to think through the reality of what's around them. They just take what they hear in the news, or they just accept at face value that, well, this guy's got a degree in law. He went to law school. How many years did you go to law school, Sarge? Well, the answer is none. None. But that doesn't exclude me from being competent about law, right? I mean,
it's amazing how many supposed really intelligent, well-educated people seem to just be downright thick and can't think outside the box at all.
Come on, the dumbest thing I ever conceived was that the dumbest thing I ever conceived was that the darkness of space was light, and now science has confirmed that to be true. Okay?
Way over my head, Sarge. Way over my head.
I'm as dumb as dumb could ever be. I conceive and theorize things that it just sounds ridiculously ignorant, yet science has made evidence that there is such a thing as dark light. I mean, my point is that thinking is an important process that anybody in this room and on this planet you're born with that capability, and we've all surrendered it to taking other people's opinions and then chasing and then arguing that opinion because it sounds good or you like them, or it's quite sad, man.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's people that are more so less than us, but we are not the majority. Let's be honest. We are not the majority. And the majority is saying anything that they have the right guy, and they wouldn't have done it if they didn't have enough evidence, and they have all this legal and mumbo jumbo and all these terabytes. And I mean, I'm sorry, but that's how I believe that most people believe, and it's almost like they're sheep.
I think you're absolutely right, but most of those people wouldn't be able to answer simple questions about basic facts in the case because they've only heard a few news reports. They pay attention to the stuff that's easy for them to consume, and they haven't spent a great deal of time actually thinking about it.
Right.
But when they're on, and those are the people that they're probably going to choose because they don't want people that know a lot about the case, right? So,
like for example, you could be speaking with them and telling them things about the case, and they'd say things like, "Who's Emma Bailey? Who's Demetrius?
Exactly.
Who's Jack Showalter?"
Right.
You know.
Oh well, it's on the legal document, so it must be true.
Yeah, but I don't think guilters are sitting there going over the documents with a fine-tooth comb. They're watching shows like Dateline and Chris McDonough, and they're getting themselves all worked up, and they're letting their emotions get the best of them and say, well, these beautiful kids got harmed. Somebody's got to pay. And they're almost like a kid with two rattles going like this.
You want to hear the best part of that? You want to put a nail in that coffin? There's so many of you people out there like what Jesse and what's being described here, that the idiot from the Drunk Turkey realizes that, and he's singing your song. He's singing to the choir because he knows that's where the money
what
is.
I said.
He knows
Sarge,
that so many
it's a
people
business
are like
decision.
that. Yeah. That's funny, man.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think that there's so many more people out there that they could care less about us. I mean, we're not going to be on. They wouldn't choose one of us to be on jury.
Well,
the world's changing, though, Terry, because more people are waking up to the fact that, I mean, we're seeing it more and more every day. People are realizing the government is lying to us. They've lied to us about a lot of things, and it's hard for them to hide it now. And with the internet and with people like us speaking out, I said it before on this show, we're doing what we can do. And the more we get out here and say what we have to say, and the more we can do it in a sensible manner, and be polite to people and make sense and not sound like complete whack job conspiracy theorists.
Right.
The more it's going to catch on. And I mentioned that, people with big platforms like Candace Owens taking on these causes and these stories will help get it out there. And that is what's happening more. We're hearing more now about the inside workings of politics and government and the stuff that's going on than we ever have in the past. And we just need to keep up what we're doing, I believe.
I 100% agree with you, Jesse. I just hope to God that it happens before I mean, there's enough people that we get to that point before he goes on trial.
Just imagine if nobody was talking, if the only source of information was the drunk turkey and Chris McDonald and Grey Goose and these, if that was the only source of information.
But that basically like 1985, folks, before we had the internet, okay, and how that makes you wonder how all this shit went down back then. Quite interesting.
We get caught up with these people that want to put images of the car on a screen and blow it up to the nth degree and tell people what they're seeing. So that, when they say that we do have conspiracy theorists on our side, there is a bunch of nut jobs out here that are telling stories or making stories out of nothing.
Right.
And getting people to spread it around and getting people to think that's part of the case. And the next thing you know, you're having a stream and they're bringing in questions about some guy carrying a piece of drywall or something stupid like that. Right. And you're like, what is wrong with people?
Right.
Do you think in my opinion, I think Judge Hippler threw out that word conspiracy theorist about Cy just so it's out there, period. Because we know he's not, but there's a lot of people that have no clue who Cy is.
No,
I don't know that he did it on purpose. I think that's just his feelings based on what he read from Cy, because you see he got irritated with the fact that he kept avoiding the 7-day thing because it doesn't matter. That's why he did it.
Judge.
But that's why I think he was done, because he was irritated. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that Hippler at that point knew everything, because I don't think the man read up on the case. I just don't.
Well, again, he doesn't know who Jack Showalter is. He doesn't know who Emma Bailey is.
Right.
He's getting people's names wrong. He clearly has no basic understanding of this case.
Yeah,
I think that Matt's name. Hasn't he inadvertently connected Kopaka to this? Hasn't it been an inadvertently made connection because they said that there's a potential suspect that can't be held to account?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, started to say his name.
Yeah. So, I mean, this case this is just one microcosm. This is every single place there's a university with dorms. You're better off with these online colleges, if you want my opinion, for the safety of your own children. Because every one of these areas are hubs for child trafficking. They sexualize your kids to the point of absurdity, where so many young girls are making money on Instagram. Is that what it's called? Is it? I don't know what it's called.
Instagram, OnlyFans.
Yeah, OnlyFans. That's it. See, I don't even know what it is because I guess I'm getting older. But
like I said, Sarge, they say that 1 out of 10 women aged like 20 to 30 has an OnlyFans account.
Exactly.
And we got how many girls involved in this house? 5?
And my understanding is
so that's a 50-50 chance, right?
Yeah. My understanding is when we were way back when looking into this, investigating certain things on this, there's so many of these people that have these OnlyFans accounts. So
is it unusual for Brian to have all them pictures on his phone in today's
not at all?
Absolutely.
I mean,
not.
if we had, listen, I'll be honest with you, and I'm not a pervert.
Is it OnlyFans.com?
I'm sure. I'm surprised you're not on there already, Sarge.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
How do you think Bill Belichick met his girlfriend?
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh, I'm getting me an account, ladies.
Now think about it. Think about this, Sarge. Back in 1993, well, my age group back then. But when I was that age, I'd probably have pictures all over my phone too back then, because I was a single guy. Why wouldn't I? Okay, that's what you do. Okay, it's not that abnormal, and that tells me one other thing is that, that takes away from what everybody's been trying to portray him as, that he didn't like girls, that he didn't, have respect for this or that, or that he's not an abnormal person. He does. I
would have laughed if he was gay. That would have been even more epic if Brian was gay.
I'm surprised that wasn't stated already, to be honest with you. I'm truly on it. Absolutely.
He's surprised. An incel, yet he asked that young woman for a phone number, and something might have happened if he'd have stayed after it.
Yeah, right. And there was
did you see the body on that woman, Sarge?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Like I said, and listen, guys, I'm not trying to be weird, but truly, Brian is not that bad of a looking guy, in my opinion. He's clean cut. He may have a big nose and a weird.
That's what's going to save him. There you go. Arrested by an eyebrow and exonerated by a nose.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Okay? Because that Dylan said that she'd expected the image to jump out at her, but she don't remember that nose.
Right. Right.
Right. So the nose knows all, Jesse. That's going to exonerate this kid. His nose.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, you guys, this is ridiculous. The things that they have put out there about this kid. And Willie knows his friends. They've talked about it. The girl, I wanted to interview her myself, but the one girl that was real close to him that did an interview in the beginning stated that he was not that person. But they didn't put that on mainstream. Of course, they're not going to put that out there.
No, and the YouTubers that lick the ass of mainstream won't talk about it.
Of course not. Of course not.
I'd like to ask Willie about that terrible take on the Chris McDonough show about him not being loved by his family, and see what Willie has to say about that.
Willie already said he was from a great family.
Clearly he was, and a good family, because the family that held him to account for stealing his sister's phone. And
well, not only that, his dad flies out and then drives with him all the way back to Pennsylvania.
Comes from a really good family. An addiction that he got through, an overweight issue that he got through, right? And all the issues that surrounded that, his family stuck with him.
They supported him through that whole thing.
And yeah, man, I wish my family had a family like Kohlberger.
It's a pretty disgusting thing for them to have said on that show.
His mother is a teacher. His sisters, they were a normal nuclear family, in my opinion, that supported their son and brother. And of course, well, his sister turned him in and did this and did it. Shut up. No, she didn't. I'm so tired of hearing that. That's so ridiculous to me. I promise you that when they show up in the courtroom, that they want to be there to support him. That's the whole thing right there. And if they
Steve,
did,
they like to talk about the Bryan tally.
Yeah,
we should do a running tally of how many fake motives they've come up with so far.
Thank you. That's the one thing that really irritates me. I keep going back to that Steve said when they asked him what the motive was, and he had to stand there for a minute because he really didn't have that prepared, and said, well, he was jealous of the relationship between Maddie and Kaylee. How can you be jealous of something you have no idea of? Nothing. You have no idea who these people are. You don't know them. So how is that even possible? That was the most lamest possible answer to that question I could have ever heard, you guys. It's stupid. It makes no sense. And it's ridiculous. And I think that those things should have to be taken back. I know that sounds dumb, but truly it makes no sense. No sense.
I think you could do a whole hour segment on just things that they've said about him that have proven to be untrue.
Agreed.
And they've just all gone away and people have forgotten about them. But you remember they were calling him an incel. Yep. They were claiming that he hooked up security cameras in his neighbor's house so he could watch her change. I mean, what happened to that story? That story just drifted away. You think if it was true, it would have just vanished like that? Sarge, you still with me?
Yeah, there, Sarge. He might have said, "Hang on a minute."
I had to go to the men's room, so. Oh, I apologize. I didn't announce my leaving for that, but I'll announce my return for it.
All right. What was the last thing you said, Jesse?
I'm just trying to think of all the fake stories that they brought up about him. The one about installing the security cameras in his neighbor's apartment when she asked him for help so that he could surveil her. But that was like a theory that they just threw out there and it didn't stick. So they moved on and started throwing more things at the wall to see if it would stick.
I'm actually kind of ashamed at how the father is reacting to this. And to be I want to be very clear. I find it offensive that anybody that lost somebody so significant to themselves would be carrying the torch of information that's been proven false over and over again and continue to do it. And I suggest that there's a rift between Steve and his wife, because I think his wife has a totally different view that may not exclude Kohlberger, but may in fact question whether he did this alone, or may in fact question whether he did it at all, because it's almost impossible not to question that when nothing that's been put forward has panned out to be true. Like you're talking about the cameras. All the incel. Now we see a video today. He's hitting on hot chicks. Nothing indicates that Mr. Kohlberger is any of the things they described. Nothing shows he was ever at any of the locations they imply. And so you have to that question has to enter your mind. And for Steve to be so hardcore against that, it's just shocking to me. I mean, this is his kid, not mine. But how can all of the tips that they gave you that have all come out to be untrue? The extra DNA that you implied belonged to Brian. They got more DNA, and it was none of it's Brian's. He connected to the network. That's not true, right? He stalked these girls. That's not true. The prosecution came around and said it wasn't true. So when does he wake up and start smelling the roses? Because his real interest should be in all the exculpatory evidence that points to the survivors. Whether they were involved or not is unknown. But the exculpatory evidence and the blanks that have been filled in about that night clearly show that these two young women need to be scrutinized like they scrutinized that fucking dead skin cell under a microscope, okay? That's the kind of examination those two young women and their phones and their information and the friends that were there, the people that were there, the people they spent the night with. That's where your investigation needs to focus, because somewhere in that lies an answer.
And his lack of interest suggests that he might already know the answer, Sarge.
Well, I don't think it says he knows the answer. I think there's only two possibilities here. A, he's just Stockholm syndrome to the extreme, or B, he's playing up their lying, knowing that in the end he's going to sue them, showing all the emotional damage they caused him. You follow me?
Well, at the very least, he should understand that he should be shaking them down for what they know, because they have to know something more than what they're saying. And like I said, that story comes out about the 911 call directly from Steve and Christy. And then it turns out to be completely reverse and not factual at all. And instead of asking questions about it, he's making up lies or covering for it. He's either dumb or Stockholm syndrome, or he already knows the answer and doesn't want to let it out. And I know the chat's talking about potentially stuff the kids were into, and maybe he's aware of some of that. I still get back to the calls that the family got early that day about they were shot, they OD'd. This was the first two phone calls that the family got. Not that they were stabbed, but they were shot and they OD'd. And what would cause that story to get out there? I mean, you wouldn't say somebody OD'd unless they were known to put themselves in a position to OD, would you?
Well, you never know, because that fentanyl with the Kansas City 3, if you remember that, or Kansas City 4, where those three guys died in the backyard and the one guy survived. And so people have sporadic parties and they'll step outside of themselves sometimes. So, no, I don't think an overdose is a surprising diagnosis of somebody being dead in today's world with the fentanyl floating around. I mean, marijuana can kill you. Believe it or not, they can lace that with fentanyl, and it takes a microgram of it to kill you. So, no, I don't think that being part of the rumor mill would be outrageous. Even if these were, listen, I sold marijuana in high school, and all of the top graded jocks and students all pretended like it was a secret. They were my friend. They'd ignore me in class. They'd ignore me in the hallway. But when they needed weed, man, they'd set it up so I would meet them somewhere nobody could see us together, and they'd get their weed from me. So, no, I don't think people of privilege or people that are educated or whatever are incapable of an overdose death. I think it's everywhere, man, from the best of us to the least of us. So but being shot would be a very curious thing to be rumored that they were shot. That implies they know it was murder.
It would suggest that there was some conflict going on that would give somebody reason to shoot somebody.
Right. And at that point, the rumors don't seem to be saying 4 people were murdered. They were just talking about Kaylee, right?
And like I mentioned earlier, the Gonzalez family has been misleading us about Kaylee, whether or not Kaylee was living there, whether or not she was fighting with Maddie. This is something that they've tried to minimize, and to the point where it was edited out of the interview with Daniel. So it would appear that Kaylee left that house because of a conflict, and she was not living there for months and months prior, and was living with her parents.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't, if we knew that, then that wouldn't fit the narrative. So there's the problem.
All we know now wouldn't have fit their narrative. And that's the thing that really, all of this narrative has been digested and accepted by so many. But if all of the data that's being shared now that was sealed was part of the original release as it should have been, the 911 call shouldn't take 2.5 years to have been released. The actions of these young girls, what Dylan actually really saw that night, we should have known that for now the whole time. I think a lot of opinions would not be what they are today, and they would have had a lot more focus, which is really what that did. It's to some extent protected who they're calling witnesses, but protect them from what? The truth of what they really did that night?
I find it hard to believe that anybody would support the roommates if the 911 call was released immediately. And I remember when the story broke, in the first few days that this story broke, the media was asking some pretty serious questions. Like, what do you mean they didn't call till noon the next day? Why? These questions, these basic questions that would seemingly be natural, were asked in the beginning, and then everybody was conditioned to not ask that and pretend that that's not a natural question. That's an offensive question.
Right.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of some people that I don't know. These people take the higher moral ground, but when you look at what they actually support, the morals that they support aren't morals at all. They're indignities to humanity, and they support that, but they don't want you to point that Dylan's curious explanations and curious behavior, uncompleted statements, and then you point at that and you're the bad guy, and then 2.5 years later it comes out that what this woman did that night, I just can't wrap my head around any of that. Nothing she said or did makes any sense whatsoever unless she's trying to protect someone or herself.
Well, and that's where my mind goes with that, Sarge. Is that's absolutely what a lot of this is some buddies are being protected for whatever reason within this whole situation, and that's my biggest question at this point: why and what? I have ideas, but we don't have facts. I wish we had facts on something like that. That would make a lot of this make so much more sense, in my opinion. So,
if Brian was one of the roommates, it would make sense to go after him.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Or if there was a massive amount of communications between him and one of the girls,
if
there was some way to solidify his connection to that house of the people, he was a regular drug customer. He might be. We don't know that he wasn't. We don't know that they sold drugs there. But even something like that, it's bad for the occupants. But it would then explain Brian's presence. It would explain a motive, right? He went to get some more and they refused, and so he attacked. I mean, but none of this exists. And so what does exist is just a local government story that they've propagandized the public with. That makes no sense, and the public, knowing that the public will not look at it closely, they keep parading it around.
And if they were honest at all, they would be reporting about the affidavit from Cy-Ray. They would be reporting about some of the inconsistencies and some of the concerns that are being raised by the defense, but they absolutely ignore any of that.
Well, they did tonight say that it's a circumstantial case.
Very reluctantly, but they did say some of the quiet part out loud.
Yeah. It's a totally circumstantial case. There's no direct evidence.
Right.
I thought it was kind of telling that they didn't directly say that his DNA was in the house. They said they corrected them and said the prosecution claims that they found his DNA.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Brian. Brian just gifted another membership. I didn't see who got that, but thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. God bless. Very generous of you, sir. Whoever did get that, welcome to the sauce, and it's great to have you on board.
Why would four girls one was Maddie, who was just absolutely, from what we saw, very wasted. The other one was Kaylee. She had just picked up her macaroni and cheese, and they left right after that. They get home, and they all go up to Kaylee's room, and all four of them are like, oh, let's go back there, or we're still hungry. As Kaylee probably would have been like, what? I don't need any more. And
I can answer that very easily, Terry.
Good, because I'm all for it.
It sounds like a cover story. That wasn't in the PCA. We only recently heard about that. And it sounds like an explanation for why she texted the driver and why she was awake and why that.
Why her phone might be tracked up there.
It sounds like something you would say if you were cornered and told, "Please explain yourself," because this isn't what you told us the first time.
Right. We need to hear that explanation from Bethany, because as far as I'm concerned, the 4 people up in that room that night was not Dylan and Bethany. It was Zana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. Those were the 4 people up in that bedroom that night. That's what she heard. And I say that because she clearly stated that Bethany came down the stairs, went up the stairs, and came back down the stairs.
Kaylee did.
Kaylee, she was found dead in her bedroom upstairs. So you have to account for the 4th that doesn't get mentioned. And I suspect that, like with every liar, the truth has to be disclosed in the lie. A lie cannot exist without a truth, and a lie cannot be told without pieces, parts, or even the complete truth involved with the lie. A lie just can't exist without any of that. And so I think that when you take Dylan's story and start taking it at the face value of what she said, she did witness something in that house, but I suspect she knew who the person was. That's why she wasn't murdered. When they observed her, they knew she was going to be there. I think the phone call she made to see if somebody was still available may have been a triggering call to let somebody know that these people were all present in the property. You can really make that argument when you look at the house as a contained unit of the parties that we knew were there. So what she's telling you, these pieces of information mean, if you try to apply an opposite meaning, the opposite meaning fits as equally well as the story she's trying to weave. So I think everything Dylan said is there to cover up information that would point us in the direction of motive and possibly even the perpetrators, but at least the motive.
Yeah. I mean, other than the fact that the document states that Ethan and Xana weren't home by 2 a.m., that's the only thing that would contradict that, but it does make sense. It does. Welcome, April Marie. Good to see you tonight. But still,
the only reason that the document says that, though, is because this new narrative has been introduced.
Agreed.
So if the narrative is only to cover for what was different, again, coming from Dylan. So how far?
I was going to say that,
right, and that
his document based off of Dylan's testimony. So
April's saying that in the chat room, and I understand what was said, April, but I'm telling you that what was said would make more sense not to be that exact situation. That's the story told, but the truth of what was going on in that bedroom is not that story. Everything that Dylan tells us is not verifiable in any way, shape, or form, nor does it make any sense.
Well, okay, that's the problem that I've been leading to lately. I think we've all kind of figured it out, is that 95% of what Dylan has stated has all been untruthful. So if we're to take Hitler's document that he released based on her testimony, what are we to believe in there? How do we know that any of that is even remotely true? Other than the text messages we saw, those are the things that I think we can tell are true because they're proof. Okay. Besides that, the rest of that stuff that was stated in that document, we have no idea if that's true, folks. So therefore, in turn, I can't take it as factual information based on all the other lies that were told by the same person. I hate to say that. I mean, it is what it is.
Dylan knew when people were home, where they were in the house. Dylan is the epicenter of every single part of the story. Forget the car, forget the DNA, and just look at this story and put Dylan in this as she's placed herself in the story. Yeah. And she's tied to every single incident here. She saw the body. She didn't do anything. She went downstairs and hid out in Bethany's room. You know, what was the conversation she must have had with Bethany? She didn't communicate with Bethany. She saw Xana laid out on the floor like that, and neither one of them decided to go check on her.
I don't believe that. Sense. It doesn't, and that's what I said. I argued this the other night about the time, things like that, and I said my statement was when that statement was made, what I believe probably happened, actually, instead of what we were told happened, was that as she went to walk down the stairs, I don't believe she ran to get to Bethany's room, that she looked over and saw somebody on the floor and yelled out to her and said, "Hey, Xana, is that you?" She didn't respond, and then walked up to her, looked down at her, and possibly touched her to see if she would move, shook her. She didn't. And that's how she knew it was Xana, because I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that girl could stand 12 to 14 feet away from her in the dark and know that that's her laying on the floor. that that's actually Xana. She maybe somebody, but not Xana. So the only way, in my opinion, you knew that was by walking up to her, looking down at her, and or touching her, and she didn't respond to you, and then she went downstairs. That's what I believe probably.
There was blood on the railing that they said between the second and first floor, which indicates the blood was in a downward going down the staircase, right? So
yes, sir.
Did she pick up male blood off of Xana's body?
100. I'm telling you, that's where my thoughts went to. Absolutely possible, in my opinion.
I think it's far worse than that. I think the whole call was rehearsed and performative and not authentic. Not just the fact that they weren't giving the proper information, but it just absolutely performative, in my opinion.
And who's going to argue? You can't argue that, Jesse, only for the simple fact that we know that at 11:50, Dylan, Bethany, Hunter, and Emily went up those stairs. Hunter goes in and grabs a knife, which is ridiculous. He goes in and he checks on Xana. And then they all run downstairs. 6 minutes later, they go outside. They pick up the phone. They dial 911, hand the phone to Bethany because she probably is the most emotional person and sounds the most emotional because she did. Starts the call. They start passing the phone around because she can't do it, in my opinion. I don't think Bethany can handle it. So they start passing it to other people to get somebody that sounds like they can make it happen. They go back upstairs again as she says, I don't know if she's not breathing, which we know is bullshit at that point because they already were up there. And says, come on, Bethany, we have to go try. We have to go. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was extremely significant. We have to go look. You've looked. How many times do you need to look? What do you get? You know.
Then they go upstairs and once again, claim that all the girls got a glimpse, just a glimpse of Xana, and then shortly thereafter that he comes back downstairs and so you hear him go, get out, get out, get out, and all that commences. Why in the hell did that have to happen twice, Jesse? Sarge.
Well, like Raquel just said, but we have to was so fake, and I have to agree that we have to. You have to. I mean, if you don't know what's inside, if you haven't seen what's inside, why would that statement only make sense if you know what you're going to encounter when you go in there, which we all believe they did know what was in there.
Yes.
Because if somebody's passed out drunk, we have to it doesn't make any sense. A lot of the
time you witnessed them, you would have stayed with them.
Yeah.
You would have made the call from alongside their body. You would have ran back outside.
Yes.
And even the simplest among us would understand all these things that we're saying now if it wasn't for the fact that they were predisposed to believe another narrative for the last 2 years before they heard the call.
Hunter grabbed the knife from the summer. He went into the house and grabbed the knife out of the kitchen to go check on somebody passed out from being drunk. That's
did Dylan talk to Xana before she passed out?
What?
How did she know she was so drunk that night?
Shit, well, that's the thing. That's a great point, Terry. How did she know that Xana was drunk at all?
Wasn't she there? Who witnessed Xana and Ethan at the party?
Bethany did.
Xana and Ethan were not even in the house when the other four were. According to the whatever.
Bethany is the one
messages that we're never going to see between these two girls and others. Dozens. That were done on Signal and other apps that you can't recover the data from.
Right.
There's big holes, and what is recoverable is the most nonsensical bull crap.
Yep.
And there's going to be big holes in it. What was she deleting on her phone? Why was she deleting images, pictures, and video? What was she hiding? Why was she worried about that when her friend's dead? Make that make sense.
Right. Why would she photoshopping photos on her phone when somebody's laying there deceased? Okay. That doesn't make any sense. None of it. Why are you checking your job site to see if you got a job on Indeed when your friend's laying upstairs dead? None of that makes any sense. None of it. And I don't understand how nobody else looks at this, especially not the families of the victims, and say, why are you doing this and not calling 911? Why are you not doing this, this, and this? Instead, you're doing those things.
Why didn't you know the manager of the grub truck say something when this was released on the docks that the four girls were sitting up there and they were like, oh, we're so hungry. Let's go back to the grub truck. If you recall, when the girls got their food and left, do you remember Fat Joe? I can't remember his name, Joe V. Or
Joe Vito, yeah.
He says on that interview where he's not wearing a shirt, it's the weirdest thing. He's kind of weird, but whatever.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Anyway, he's like, well, nobody came for me, but I wanted to tell them, and I went up to the grub truck and I said, did you just give her food for free? Well, no, because we watched Kaylee pay for it, and she only got one, because she said she would share it with Maddie.
Yeah. Yes.
What? And if you recall, the answer to Joe Vito from the guy that was the grub truck manager said she really needed to go, or she needed to go. It was time for her to go. So
Because
she said for her to come back. Why didn't he say something?
What do you mean? Why didn't he say anything?
I mean, why didn't he say, that's just the weirdest thing in the world? Because there's no way she was coming back.
Oh, I had no idea, Terry. I know that he meant that she needed to go because she was so intoxicated.
Right, that's what I mean. But yet they're saying that they're all talking about going back.
I think it's what Jesse said. I think it was just.
I agree. I'm just stating things that add to it that just don't make sense.
I'm going to say this too. Steve has subsequently admitted that there was no forced entry to this home.
Agreed. Yes.
Which I've always said from the very onset of this case that there should never have been a look outside of the property for the killer, that the killer was part of the crime scene before, during, and after the crime, and that you must have confined your investigation to that perspective before looking outside. And they never did that. They immediately started looking for an outside intruder. They immediately treated the people that were survivors, in their opinion, as victims, and they treated them and sequestered them in that manner. They treated them as if they had nothing to do with this crime at all. But you can't show one solitary piece of information that would make sense to how somebody didn't just get access to a home, but to locked bedroom doors without being known to the fucking victims. How did somebody manage that property with no knowledge of the interior, get in through a locked door, get into locked bedrooms? It was almost as if they were welcomed and they were familiar. When you try to review the crime in a closed fashion, you have to consider, and to me, it's relevant that everything you see came from within the home, whether the perpetrator existed before they all got home or was one of the people that lived there. That makes more sense than some random guy sneaking in to accomplish what they accomplished and yet see a witness and not take the life of that witness. That does not fit at all. Nothing Dylan tells us fits the story of an outside intruder at all, except the guy with the backpack, the guy there to clean. That would make sense. In other words, some of the things she's telling us I know have to be true, but they don't add up in the description that she places these particular sightings and witness testimony. It just doesn't add up.
Sarge, what do you think about everybody else, though? Like, you seem to be really focused on Dylan, but to me, there was a large group of kids that appear to have been cooperating with her. I mean, if the 911 call was performative, as I think it was,
my focus allots for that. I'm not saying that. Here's how my focus on Dylan is. It's not that Dylan's the only perpetrator, that she was aware or part of or conscious or had knowledge of that crime before or even during, and even may have let someone in or knew who was going to do it. Remember, she prompted Bethany's presence with making her number her first. Bethany's main reason for coming back was to be the first for Dylan at some sorority gig, right? And then they all end up in the house. And if you track the way she used her phone, at 2:10, she's contacting who she calls a driver. But at that time, everybody was home. That would be consistent with letting somebody know. Is a driver involved? Maybe. Maybe not as a direct perpetrator, but as a connection to the people that would be. So what I'm saying is it accounts for what you're saying. You could place Dylan in many different shoes that all fit.
It sounds like we're in agreement. I mean, I agree that Dylan's the ones that's the most significant. It's just that I'm using the behavior of the rest of them as more additional evidence to suggest that Dylan's lying, because
Yeah.
She's not the only one behaving strangely. All the rest of the behavior, the passing the phone around and then having somebody say, oh, by the way, there was somebody in the house. I mean, that by the way thing, that's not a very by the way statement. That's not something you should just go along with.
And they tried to interject that twice, Jesse, and they were stopped both times. And
didn't she know making that statement that Zaina was already deceased?
She should have.
I think they all knew. I think it's pretty clear that they all would have known.
And look at the tone of voice she has in trying to bring that topic up with no panic. Not like,
I mean, Hunter grabbed a knife, so Hunter is full of absolute shit.
Right.
If Hunter actually ever did tell Steve G what Steve G claims he told him, that's bollocks. So I mean, yeah, basically all of the kids involved appear to be lying to me.
And that takes me back to a statement that was made. Everybody, a lot of the stuff that I know a lot of people had issues with Kim, sorry guys, and not for good point at that time, but now at this point, a lot of the stuff that she stated has started to come to fruition, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, because she also made statements stating that everybody in that area knew this was going to happen before it happened. Everybody in that area knew who did it, who was involved. Okay, and at this point now, I'm starting to go, was that true too? Was that something we can refer back to and go, I wonder at this point now too, because those statements are pretty strong. And of course, at that point, I was like, okay, well, unless you've got some proof about this, whatever, while all these other things are starting to fall out to be something that makes sense now. And I know, Jesse, you always kind of understood what she was saying and said, it makes some sense.
I've gone back and rewatched some of the episodes, and I was watching one the other day where you put it right on, Kim. You said, Kim, tell me, what do you really think happened here? And Kim says, I think Dylan was involved. And you just about choked on whatever you were, and you asked her to elaborate. And she basically told us what we're all discussing right now. She said it back then.
100%. And she said, always her issue always was, because I would always ask her, why don't you come forth with this? Because she doesn't want to hurt any of these other kids. Because
somebody
they didn't
tell me what a shakedown is.
A shakedown?
Mm-hmm. She said, oh, yeah, they knew there was going to be a shakedown, but I think it went overboard. What is a shakedown?
It would be in regards to, based in that scenario, like, somebody's taking something that belongs to somebody else.
What? Do we know? Do we really know?
It depends on the
drug or money related. A shakedown has got to do with a transaction of some sort, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Can I take 2 seconds to tell you my theory?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Because I've been asked a lot of times to tell my theory. So I'll step away from, I'll use some of the known information, but here's what I think really happened here.
Okay.
And I think it's about Zaina. And I think the entire case surrounds Zaina because Zaina was really digging into child trafficking. And that area there, believe it or not, is not just a drug hub. It's also a trafficking hub to get people from across the border, from other nations, young children,
sure is,
out of the country or into the country's interior. Mm-hmm. And my suspicion is that it was her work in that field and her digging into the child trafficking networks, and maybe the potential involvement of other roommates, to include Maddie. And it may be why Bethany got the hell out of there. Because people got a lot of conspiracy. No, Maddie. Kaylee already left. Kaylee already left. Gonzalez left. Who was left in the room with her? It was Maddie. And I think the targets were Maddie and they were Zaina. Those were the two original targets. And I suspect that the reason Kaylee got such a pounding was because she was alert enough to fight back. I really think that that's what's being hidden here. A lot of people think it's drugs or sorority. And I really think that America isn't ready to hear just how bad 360,000 children have been trafficked through this country in the last few years. And I know that Zaina had a real big heart for that. That's what her focus in life was all about, was saving those kids. So if
that can explain the two parallel investigations, Sarge, that were going on that has been verified more than once now, that the FBI and DEA were in town and they were running two other investigations. One of them could have been involving the drugs.
Well,
the other one could have been something else, like what you're going with. So
I get asked that a lot. What do I think? Who do I think did it, or why? And to me, it has to be something significant and something bigger than just drug trafficking, which is, I mean, that's obviously a dangerous and a big deal. But to do what was done in that home, and to have those 4 young people taken down like that, I can't describe a single killer. And I would think a motive would be surrounding Zaina's work with kids. I think that would be the kind of thing that everybody would totally run from. Drugs, people snark.
You're talking about Kaylee, Sarge. She's the one that was all interested in that and all that stuff.
I thought it was Zaina that went to school.
No, it was Kaylee. Everybody's in chat saying it too. If I was trying to remember that, but yeah, no, it was Kaylee. She was into true crime. She had a passion for that other stuff, like you're just saying. So
her dad about it.
That was her, but still, you still have a good point with what I'm saying. Or with what you're saying, I mean, I agreed.
I always get these kids' names messed up. You do know
it happens. It happens. I understand.
It happens every day.
What about the Range Rover? You guys have, I know we've all talked about this before, but to me, I understand when people say you buy a used Range Rover, it's no big deal. Everybody can do it to a certain degree. I believe that to be the case, but let's face it, along with the what did you tell Adam, along with the fact that Dylan summons her, along with the fact that she wanted to show the Range Rover off to the roommates, specifically Maddie. Now we're hearing about the fights with Maddie that almost caused Maddie to miss the wedding and not speaking for months on end. Mm-hmm. And I don't know too much about what Sarge was talking about, but we did touch on the OnlyFans thing and the percentages, 1 out of 10 women their age. I did mention the Bill Belichick scenario and how that interview was cut short when somebody said, "How did you guys meet?" I don't know. I mean, I'm only going in this direction because Sarge went in the direction he went in. But yeah, certainly there's a possibility for some kind of scenario like that to cause friction and complicate things to the point where somebody would want to hurt somebody.
You know, here's the thing. These girls, okay, they're sugar babies, they're OnlyFans, Pornhub. I'm telling you what, those are the first steps to trafficking, to sex trafficking.
And I've seen, Terry's right, guys, because I've actually seen video of these girls, not the victims, but their friends posing for OnlyFans, the sugar babies thing, in special costumes and stuff like that. Pictures that were sent to me in emails. I mean, they're not like porn stuff, but they're covered. But they're wearing very explicit outfits that say, "What are you doing?" And groups of them that I know for a fact were that the one woman that we saw earlier in the News Nation, her daughter was one of the girls in the video. So this is what they were doing there, this whole sugar babies thing and stuff like that. Not the victims. I'm saying these other girls on campus. That says that that's something that is happening on a regular basis here, okay? Is it something that evolved into a problem and that people were now in turn putting out there and it didn't need to be? They didn't want it to be? Did it cause a problem for something else? I don't know, but it's definitely something that, I've never seen before.
Well, think about who can afford to pay for such services. Who would the prospective clients be? Powerful people?
Very much
university presidents,
teachers, politicians, people that own large companies, which was brought up too. Elites. There you go. Good way to put it.
They're called elites. And my friend Kelly was in elite trafficking. She was trafficked from age 4 to 22. She literally can tell you she would tell you right now, Moscow, Idaho is your ideal place for trafficking like that. She said she's never met a town, they like small towns, and it's all your high up people, your attorneys, your judges, your dentists, your doctors, your philanthropists, people that your sheriffs, people you would never, ever think. And they are the ones.
Maybe that's what was going on with the phones and the job sites and this and that was getting rid of some of that evidence at that time.
Could have been. At this point, it could have been for real.
Regardless of who the exact roommate was, I think child sex trafficking is got something to do with this in some way, shape, or form. And again, it's just my opinion to answer the question of why do I think it happened and who may have done it. Well, and it would get hidden as even a drug crime. How many times have you heard people killed for breaking up a sex trafficking syndicate? You've never heard that ever. You
it's not a regular thing. No, you're right.
Oh, here's a question, Sarge, and you're probably going to say, no, that's not it. But I don't know. For some reason, it's bugging me. You know how we're turning away the cargo ships?
Yeah.
Okay. And everybody's saying it's because of tariffs. Do you think that could have anything to do with what's on those cargo ships?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That makes sense.
Where do you think the Asians and how do you think the Africans, the people from the Congo, the people from South Africa, middle of Africa, from the Middle East, from China, from Cambodia, how do you think they get over to America on those ships that transport goods? How do you think these children are removed from the country? You think they're brought to airports and they're put on first-class flights? They're stuck in shipping containers and they're shipped overseas from here.
Yeah,
that's how you move 300,000 children across the globe, is with the shipping industry. So you're spot on to make that point.
Thank you.
I think Americans should be trying to sneak into Thailand if they knew what was good for them.
What's the cost of living down there? Would I save money living down there? Like, could I take a few $100,000 and live like a king down there?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess just take whatever it costs you to live in America, divide it by 3 or 4.
Oh yeah, I could live like a god.
And you know, you could get more entertainment.
I could live my ego for real.
Well, I'll come down with you, but I don't ever want to have to see you.
There's a lot of hey, criminal, good to see you tonight, there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and you know what's funny is everything that was just talked about. This came out the first 2 weeks of this case, guys. So it tells you it's gone full circle. Okay, back to the very beginning when everybody was saying these things and everybody was like, "You better shut up and sit down. That's wrong. You can't say this, and this is not blah blah blah." And here we are back again, almost 3 years later, and it's back at the beginning again. That's amazing.
Recently, Epstein's connection to this college has been made. Jeffrey Epstein's connection to this college has been made, folks, through Phoenix University.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
I've heard that as well.
What? Yeah,
you're full of shit, Sarge. Come on.
No, I saw.
When is Sarge ever full of shit?
I'm going to play Sarge.
You want me to answer you that question? Because
I dare you. Let's go, boy.
I ain't gonna say a word at that point. Leave that alone.
No, there is a connection that drives a connection to Epstein.
Really?
And a lot of your universities around the country that would apply. He's not. I don't know what people think that guy was. But a criminal crud lover, yeah, is one. But child sex trafficking be right up his alley. And ensnaring these universities in scandals, the people that are the elites.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You guys think they all had to go to the island to be corrupt with Epstein. Not true. He had a network.
Well, oh God, you could just go to New York.
And that's funny, Sarge, because that was a really, really big deal that Green was all over that whole Phoenix thing. That was super important to happen. So
there's a connection between.
You guys know what Epstein's first job was, right?
Yeah, he was he worked as didn't he work as like a broker of some sort?
Teacher at a university.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Surprise. That's interesting to know.
Listen, I'm not saying Jeffrey Epstein's involved in this murder or anything, but I am saying that there's ancillary connections to Epstein and the deals with Phoenix and his connection to some of the players here in this area.
Wow.
And that go up the chain. Yeah.
Yeah. The people
I'll
you
tell
know.
You what, keep watching what's going on with Epstein, because I'm telling you right now, we've already had 6 victims that have quote unquote committed suicide.
Yeah, well,
I don't think Virginia Giuffre committed suicide.
Neither do I.
And I know that's an unpopular opinion, but the reality is she just divorced her husband. She had been threatening to she had been acting extremely erratically before that. I think she actually did do it.
Yeah, I can agree with
And
that.
I think I could follow Jesse's line of reasoning on that because we'll never know. But I think,
right,
and I'm I get questioned. I think our friend Eddie there. When I say tunnel vision, it happens in so many investigations that and this includes financial investigations, murder investigations, rape investigations, domestic violence. Everything is to the exclusion of all else. The investigator or investigators, they buy into some scenario and everything else is ignored. And there's so many men in jail and women in jail as a result of to the exclusion of all else is the term that applies here. And if you look at this investigation, nobody can make an argument to disprove that to the exclusion of all else, they focused on Brian Koberger.
Mhm.
Nobody can deny that.
Right.
Right? Look at all the
Yeah.
DNA samples that were ignored. Look
Oh,
at
I know.
just in that by itself. The leaps they're making to identify location to the exclusion of all else, meaning
Yeah.
would Brian have been watching the meteor shower that night? Of course he could have.
I'm kind of tired. Did I say that right? I meant to say that I don't believe they killed Virginia Gouffre. I actually believe she committed suicide. Or did
Yeah,
I say it opposite last time?
No, I agree. I agree that you got a strong argument there for that.
Well, the thing is, never let the truth get in the way of a good story, right? And we know her history. So when when you hear that, the first reaction is going to be, "Oh, of course that's not true." But the thing is, we're talking years later. She's already done as much damage as she could possibly do. Well, I think so. I mean, I don't think she's been holding anything back. She's been trying to sue people left and right for years. And her credibility was at an all-time low. She just had her children taken away from her.
She
And
has two people that are still alive that need for her to testify against, and now she's not alive. And they also they do something like this. What they'll do is, if this Epstein list is coming out, if it does end up coming out, and then we have the Diddy list, survivors. This is a shot to survivors. Look what happened to you. Look what happened to you.
Do you guys know that a dead person's testimony is allowed in court?
Yes. I've heard that before. Yes.
It's not
That's interesting.
If it's a written testimony and documented, I've been told that that's something that they can use.
Yeah, if there was a deposition, that testimony is usable in court, even if the person's dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, with Virginia Gouffre, they had that car accident she was involved in, and then she made a statement on her own Instagram saying that the doctors told her she has 4 days to live. And obviously, doctors don't tell you have 4 days to live.
How do we know that she made that statement?
There was plenty of witnesses that said she was involved in a very minor accident where she wasn't injured from. She had injuries, but they weren't from the accident.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. We don't really know anything, but that conspiracy theory that gets into the realm of a pretty vast conspiracy. And like I said, it just doesn't make sense to me because she's already leveled all the accusations against Prince Andrew and
really
Alan Dershowitz.
No, she
Someone's
hasn't.
asking, how can you cross-examine a dead person? And the answer is you can't. There are limits and requirements that allow that testimony to come into the court, though.
Yeah.
I just think she's done the damage that she could have done, and she wasn't holding anything back for the last 20 years, waiting to damage some elites. I think that the damage was done, and if they wanted to do this, it would have been done long ago. Would have happened.
Okay. I'm going to say one thing, Jesse, and I don't know if this happened, so please don't say that I'm saying 100%, but my friend, the exact same thing happened. She wanted to get out. They don't want you to get out, okay? They want you to stay in until literally you die, okay? Only 1% survive, okay? Get out and survive. She thought she left when she was 22, but she didn't leave. No, guess what? They sent a handler, a guy, and she ended up marrying him. And so she was still in it, but she didn't know she was in it. And the same thing, look at Virginia Gouffre. She met that guy and they literally got married I mean, days or weeks after that, and he has really domestic violence on her. But I'm just saying, I don't know if that's 100% sure. Please do not quote me on that whatsoever. But that's what I know, that it does happen. That's all I'm saying.
It's Terry. It sounds to me, again, like I said before, never let the truth get in the way of a good story, because, I think a lot of people want it to be fantastical like that. But the fact is, if this guy was a handler, he would have handled her, and she wouldn't have been making those accusations against Dershowitz and Prince Andrew. And think about all the disgrace that he lost his position in the royal family. And she wasn't handled to prevent her from doing all that. And so for it to happen years later, I'm just not buying it. She did strike me as, and let's face it, I'm not an expert when it comes to this kind of thing.
I would love to have you on our show on a Sunday night, or on a Sunday at 5 on Eastern, and just, to hear the opposite side of it, to hear other people, you know what I mean? Like what your thoughts are.
I'd probably get chewed to bits in the comments section.
No. You witnessed very nice, very safe. It's actually,
in my opinion, victims of these kind of things often develop problems mentally because of what they've gone through.
You're very knowledgeable. I'm very.
It's not uncommon to think that somebody like that would end their own life eventually. I think that happens all the time. So to me, that's the most logical explanation. I'm just saying.
I think too, we've allowed ourselves to be preconditioned about Epstein and his island.
Yes.
And I honestly don't think that the public is entitled to the list of visitors. Unless those visitors are going to be brought up on criminal charges, I don't think that's anybody's goddamn business who was there. You want a list of visitors to your house? If people start suggesting that your house is a place of inappropriate behavior, should they then be able to give a list of everybody that's been to your house? I mean, what's the sense in that?
Not everybody that went there was doing that either.
I want people to be held to account, but I don't want to get into this drama-laden nonsense like the Clintons accused of killing all of these people. I can't even accept that. Show me evidence and then show charges. Otherwise, it's just drama. It's entertainment. It's like a distraction. If being on his plane meant you molested a kid, bring the charges or leave that person alone. You don't
Anybody ready for a hot take that's going to get me in trouble?
What?
What's that?
What's the difference between Jeffrey Epstein and Silvio Berlusconi?
I don't even know who that is.
I don't either. Who is that?
He was the president of Italy. He had like a 15-year-old girlfriend named Lolita or something. And he was notorious for sleeping with young women and young prostitutes. I guess my point is just going to be that Epstein's not the only guy with money that's been doing that over the years.
No.
Also, as far as the people going to the island and partaking in that sort of lifestyle of the rich and famous, going to parties where there's plenty of women are on the menu like appetizers.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the things that people fail to talk about is, yes, there was some girls that were underage, but I think it's documented that that's like a small percentage, that the majority of them were 20 and up.
The vast majority, right?
Yeah,
the vast majority. So then to hold that against other people, like let's say Bill Clinton, and I'm not defending any just random people. I won't even use names, but just
do you know who they're really holding hostage, Jesse? You know who's really held hostage by all of this? The religious right. Middle America is being held hostage by these stories and these tales that are unverifiable, yet suggestive and lewd and against their principles. And that's why these stories exist, and that's why they keep trying to perpetuate them, regardless of who you decide you want to vote for or what party you are or are not from. Most of the information that's being disseminated publicly is to keep us all at odds and to make us feel better or to give us something to focus on, rather than what they're showing you the shiny nugget in the room. That's why I say the people that were at that island are none of my business, unless they broke a law that would then require prosecution. And then, like with the Koberger case, it is our business. And us demanding they release who was on the island what does that do to help us except keep us buried?
You think
in
Bill Belichick would like to go to
narrative?
the island? Go back a couple years and ask Bill
All we
Belichick
know,
would he like to visit?
my buddy Brady was
island?
there. Brady.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
I think a lot of guys with money wouldn't mind going to parties with.
Of course we would. Come on, guys, be honest. If you've got all of that money and you've got the time, right, and you have the access to all of these beautiful women, you mean what are you going to do? Sit home and watch TMC? Come on, man. Ladies, the same. It may, ladies, if not all of you, but there's a number of women. It's they're going to look for powerful guys. They're going to look for guys that can provide and do some amazing things with, right? And so you're going to find those women flocking to be around guys like that. It's a natural thing.
Not only that, times have changed too. So, I mean, 20 years ago, this was all pretty normal stuff, right? So, some of the famous people had, like Seinfeld. Didn't Seinfeld and Shoshana? What was the age there?
Yeah, there was a big difference there. I agree with that one. I can't remember exactly, but yeah.
Hey, Dago, will you do you mind posting our show for Sunday? And at the same token, I've got the worst migraine. It has nothing to do with any of this. I'm gonna get down.
Okay.
But I appreciate it. Thank you. It was great talking to you guys.
Yeah.
What do I post, Terry? What?
You don't have to do anything, Dago. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, I don't mind doing it at all.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean,
I
don't. It's surviving the truth.
There you
or something like that. I think it'd be interesting for people to, you know what I mean, hear. But and honestly, Jesse, I am not getting down because I think that's great that everybody has different thoughts. My head is just really pounding today. So anyway, sayonara, Sarge, guys. There you go, Jesse.
Thank you for joining us, Terry.
Well, I don't know. I'd be very honest with you. If I had that kind of access and wealth, I would be one of the guys that you want to name of that you could hate. I'd be very honest with you. I wouldn't. I think sexuality is an amazing thing, and I think that it's been demonized for centuries, and this is an age where I think people are more open to different things. I think that's good because I think then you're not going to be able to bribe people or hold things over their heads so long as they comport with the law. Right? I don't want you messing with a child. I'll personally execute you with a smile on my face. Never mess with a childhood, ever. But when somebody is of the age as a consenting adult, then I suspect that anything from there forward is none of your damn business. Not mine, not Jesse's, not anybody in the world's. And that's a decision two consenting adults make, whether they did it on his island or they did it at a luxury hotel in Miami Beach. Right?
And not to mention that not everybody that went to this island went there for those reasons. There were other things that were there as well. So there's that as well. You know what I mean? So that's part of that. But that's all I'm saying as far as.
Well, like I said, I think it was a small percentage because one of the things that people don't seem to account for is that most people aren't into that kind of thing. Like you can't just invite 20 of your best friends over and then have underage girls walking around, really young.
Right. Not everybody in that group people aren't into that. Want to accept that, right? I wouldn't go with that. No. There'd be a big brawl there. I might get my ass beat, but
I believe that from what I read, that stuff was upon request that there were specific things that went on up with a specific group, and so so no. I mean, that's what I was saying as far as that goes. But there was a question though to bounce back a little bit to where we were at when that first got brought up. Is that I wanted to go? I kind of wanted to get everybody's ideals on this if we could. Terry's gone, but that's okay. She can answer from chat if she's in there, but. Somebody said, what were they hiding? Who are they hiding? Who or what are they covering up in the Idaho situation? If anybody had ideals. And we've hit on that here and there, so on and so forth. But do you think, with that question being asked, say for instance that, obviously we don't know this yet, but Brian is completely exonerated for this the right way, not through a loophole or whatever. They proved that he was completely innocent, had nothing to do with this. Do you think that'll ever come out, you guys? Ever?
What, that he's innocent or
no. The who the cover up is hiding or what the cover up is hiding. Do you think any of that will ever come out if they completely exonerate Brian?
There is the possibility for that under the defense's work on alternative suspects. So yeah,
it's pretty hard to try somebody else though when you spent so much time and energy trying to convince everybody that this guy did it, and then if you do find an alternative suspect and you want to charge that person, of course they're going to point the finger, say it was him all the time, all along, and they're going to have plenty of ammunition to make that case, right?
Right. Oh, hang on a minute. Sarge fell down. What'd you do, Sarge? It says your microphone and camera are not connected, Sarge. But no, I agree. There he is. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. They're definitely not, in my opinion. They will not put any money into another investigation, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think that'll ever happen.
That's true in the minds possibly of the people in charge. But if Ann shows compelling evidence that other individuals committed this crime, then they're almost bound.
Yeah, they have to.
Especially if the jury comes back not guilty, they're almost bound to look into that because they're going to have to defend. Let's say we're accusing Jesse, and we lay out a timeline to show Jesse's involvement in the Idaho 4, and it's compelling. And there's no, the prosecutors are going to have to shoot that down. If they can't shoot that down, then they're going to have to investigate to either shoot it down or confirm it.
Right
at the end of this trial. So I think there is a small chance that we'll.
Gotcha. I mean, it would be interesting, especially like I agree with you on the fact that if, as far as the alternate suspects, if there's anybody provided that has any weight to it, yeah, I agree with that. And Cece just says here that they won't be able to prosecute anyone after this. That's interesting. I agree with her to a certain extent, I should say. But based on what you said, I don't know. I'm curious.
Well, do we think that there's ever going to be anybody else prosecuted in the Karen Reed case? Because you could kind of, I mean, we already have our alternative suspects there.
Hell
right?
No, Jesse, you know, but come on now, do you?
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's why I'm bringing it up, because I'm thinking the alternative. In order for the frame to be in against Kohberger,
right,
and for somebody to be being protected, they got to be of similar stature to the alternative suspects in the Karen Reed case.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, sort of untouchable, elite with plenty of connections. And if it's that kind of situation, it's hard to imagine. Like I said, Dago just said it. There's no way those alternative suspects are ever going to get.
And with the level of corruption throughout the country, that's just been manifesting itself for decades.
Right.
You're right. And there's also this one thing called prosecutorial discretion, which was abused in the General Flynn case when it was dismissed. So prosecutorial discretion gives the prosecutor the right to decide to prosecute or not prosecute. You can't order that guy to prosecute somebody. So there is that, and if it comes down to the district attorney at the end of this case, if Brian's acquitted, to saying there was nothing presented to trial that wasn't compelling enough to continue an investigation. Besides, we looked into that person and excluded them. That would be an indication of truth or corruption. Either way, you could look at it either way, unfortunately.
Would maybe the family have a better chance at getting a civil case against somebody like they did with OJ?
Of course, that would be an alternate.
More likely than a criminal conviction.
They could go after Brian Kohberger if he's acquitted. But I think it's set up so that Mr. Gonzalez can go after the town.
Yeah, I think it's already in motion, per se, in my opinion. Because he's talked about that before. I think there's already a case going right now. They would just add to that. And I agree with Devil Woman here when she said no because they know who did it. I'll die laughing when Ann throws Dylan under the bus because it is possibly she knew regardless. If she did it, she's guilty to a point. And I agree with that too. I put a poll in, guys, for those of you that like polls. If Brian's exonerated, will they prosecute anyone else for this? And I just yes, no, and I don't know are the answers. So go for it. I don't think they will. I don't think they will unless, like Sarge said, extenuating circumstances. If Ann pulls people and throws them out to the wolves and says, hey, boom, 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 these are the people you need to be looking at, then they don't really have a choice to that extent. Now, if they go full
Also,
throttle with it, I don't
we
know.
also don't know how far they went to identify the DNA samples that the police ignored.
Right. That's very true. And
If
like
those samples were available, and if they were available, then we do know that they went after what was under Maddie's nail to exclude Brian.
Right. Heather, I can't stand you sometimes. I knew Heather, she's nuts. You see what she said. For those of you that like polls, I knew she was going to say something. And there comes Brian.
I guess Brian's ramblings. Yeah.
There's Brian, of course. the two comedians in chat. You got to love them both. Yeah, I love you guys. You're lucky. Either way, I appreciate you. But that's the thing, you guys. I feel like, just like with Delphi, I don't ever see anybody else ever, even if he overturns his conviction, Richard Allen. I don't see anybody ever being prosecuted for that. In Karen's case, I don't see anybody ever being prosecuted with that ever. And at this point, I don't really, unless it's forced, I don't see it happening. I just don't. And that's a damn shame, because there's no truth or justice in any of those cases in that point. And again, this is what we live this life now, folks. This is what we live. This is the new norm, I guess you could say. And we're just supposed to accept it. And it's absolutely insane to me. I don't understand this. So,
well, that's simply because a lot of people do not pay attention to the process and the facts offered during the process. They want to decide who's guilty or innocent.
Right.
They want to create their own narrative and their own stories and believe this and believe that, and it gets all crazy. Bill Thompson should be relieved of his duties when he stood up in court and made that statement. His office, they presented the argument for the probable cause affidavit, where they insinuated and allowed the insinuation of stalking. And then when he gets up and says, we all know that never took place, there was no stalking. Well, the point is, then why was that in your probable cause affidavit? And why isn't that being levied against him? And should have made a complaint.
Right.
Even Brian, if he were to get a separate attorney, make a complaint against that guy at the bar.
Yeah.
He knew this, yet he allowed that to be used to establish probable cause, and now the upper courts are ignoring it. There's so much in this case that's litigatable beyond the innocence or guilt of the crime. That's just amazing. It just goes on and on.
Agreed. And Bobby just said prosecution has put all their eggs into one basket. And if they do try to prosecute someone else, that person's defense attorney will just use the BK trial as their defense, and that makes perfect sense, Bobby. It really does, and I see that happening. So, good point. Very good point. Let's be real. With regard to Delphi, a Fed wrote a report about the Odin people 5 days later. One of them went to the FBI building, tossed his cocktail in the welfare's window, and yeah, I know. And again, these are the things that are happening these are things that you see in movies, guys, and on made-for-TV movies and shit. You don't believe that this is really happening in real life, but I'll be damned, you know. Yeah. And what do we do with that? That's the thing. It's crazy to me. So I don't know, but I know. I'm curious to see what the rest of this whole Dateline thing is, or whatever the hell Keith Richard, whatever this shit is tomorrow. If there's more in, that was kind of interesting. If there's anything else coming forward, the fact that we hear now that Ashland Couch was supposed to spend the night there that night, why has that never been talked about before until this thing? So to me, how is Dateline having things leaked to them?
Some of these people are looking for their 15 minutes of fame too.
That's true too.
That woman all made up and proper. When she cries, she dabs her eyes like she's a movie star.
I know.
Didn't you guys think that Ashland Couch was supposed to be there prior? Like, was that kind of?
Her name was on the lease initially, and she just never moved in.
But this story about she was supposed to be there that night, that's just brand new.
That's what just came out as this whole thing with Dateline. Now it's brand. I never heard that before. She was supposed to. She signed the lease initially, from my understanding, what we heard 3 years ago.
In the beginning, a long time ago, a long time before the crimes, right?
Right. She was supposed to move in, and whatever, forever she didn't, and somebody took her place, and then they were still all friends, and now we hear that she was supposed to spend the night there that night, and because of whatever thing, she didn't.
Shouldn't that be more cause for suspicion?
I would think so. That's my whole point.
About Kaylee, the non-answer from Steve G about whether Kaylee was living there, the the
Yes.
the downplaying of the fight between her and Maddie, and then all of a sudden somebody else is moving in, and then she's there. It sounds like there could be some drama
Heather
going
said
on
she
at
moved out in
1122
May.
King.
Heather said she moved out in May, so I don't know what's going on with that story.
The other thing I thought was odd was that her mother, when her mother said, or I guess it wasn't her mother, it was Keith that said it, she's fled Idaho and she's, because of the
drama
she's so
and all
upset
that,
about
yeah.
all the, but I mean, I don't know how good a friend she was with all these people, but I could understand sort of Bethany and Dylan wanting to flee Idaho, but
to the point that she won't even visit her parents that live in Idaho.
well, that's what I mean. That seems
Insane.
that seems a little odd. Like if one of your friends in your town this happens to them, you're not going to leave town, right? I mean, leaving town suggests that you have something to be afraid of.
Yeah, this is a big cluster F, and it's never going to change from that. We're kind of we're on the hook or whatever they decide they're going to share, and we know their narrative, we know their goal, and we just have to to see it through, to see how watch. That's all you could do. You have to be an observer and watch, and that's why I don't really like getting into discussions with all these guilters that ignore very questionable things. They don't want to hear it.
It's just dishonest. I mean, if you can't even admit that the PCA is full of misstatements, then you're just not being honest.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. The PCA is a conspiracy theory that there is no evidence to support its argument. And even as the news just said tonight, the whole thing is circumstantial. And they say it's the preponderance. Well, sometimes the preponderance, you start losing the ability to see it as coincidental. He bought a K-bar knife a year or so ago. Well, okay, but show me the weapon that killed these individuals. It had to be as a K-bar to the exclusion of all
We
else.
just read it in the PCA, a tan leather knife sheath with the USMC logo on it. That's the way it was described in the PCA. So why is it not described that way in the other documents? It should be described the exact same way, shouldn't it?
I would imagine, the knife in the search warrant that's identified as a knife.
Right.
What does that mean, knife? I have a problem with a lot of the things the investigators did, because it seems that they were, to the exclusion of all else, they were trying to hammer a square into a round hole. And I mean, you can keep throwing together a whole bunch of ancillary data that you can say connects, because it on the upward appearance, it might just outwardly, he bought a knife and a sheath. Wow, there you go. They used a knife and a sheath in this crime. But what I don't know, man. It's the worst kind of prosecution I've seen, because it's not fact-based. You have to conclude based on that square peg in a round hole concept. And a lot of people are willing to go along with that without question.
One of the things I like to tell guilters, though, is that they're focused on the wrong thing, because everybody wants to talk about Brian and the evidence against Brian. I think the focus should be on the story not making sense, because to me, I'm almost less concerned about Brian than I am about the 911 call, the PCA, Dylan and Bethany, and what appears to me to be an obvious cover up. And the question I want answered is not what did Brian do? It's why are we covering something up? Why are all the families behaving so suspiciously? Not just the G's, the Chapins, the Mogans. Where are the rest of the families? They're not.
It's to the exclusion of all else. You see, the observations that are being made aren't because we're inventing a story and surrounding Dylan by it, like they did with Brian. We're not inventing a story about a 911 call. We're not inventing a story about that night's activities. That's what we're being told happened, and it's in black and white. Mm-hmm. We're reading this stuff. I just need to know why a young man that would enter a home for a drunk, passed out girl would run to the kitchen to get a knife. That's the first thing on his mind. You have to make that make sense. And you can't, because it doesn't fit the story of an unconscious person.
Agreed.
It fits the story of an unknown potential threat within the residence. That fits. There's no one, you can't argue that. So What unknown threat was he trying to protect himself from? And where did he get the idea that there was a potential threat in that home when he went in to go get a knife? There's no other way to look at that. And yet, when you talk with guilters, it's as if 1 + 1 just will not equal 2 unless it's to agree with what the government tells them to agree with.
Agreed. And
right?
I'm right. And I agree with you, CC. Truly, I'll be honest with you. Not only do I want to know what happened that night, step by step, I want to know what happened for the first 3 to 4 days before that night. Everything with everybody involved. I want to really know what went down from day to night through that. I'm curious because I think that probably plays out in the rest of this, in my opinion, too.
Do you remember when there was a warrant issued for Dylan and Bethany's phones in August of 2022?
Yeah.
And that warrant was in relation, according to the investigator, that it may have had some connection to the crime?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Where are you, Heather? Heather knows this shit. Miss Potts and some of the other people
pointed that
out. And so, you know, there's things like that if people can only say he's guilty and not look at the information being supported or being supplied, those are the kind of people that I'm just saying to you that most of them, whether people like this or not, vote Democrat because they don't have any capacity and they think that they're superior and the people that they agree with are superior. Therefore, whatever they say and whatever we agree with has got to be right. That's the mindset you have to have, whether you're conscious of it or not. That's your particular view of the world. And you don't question things that need to be questioned because you already know because you're smarter than all of us. That's one of the main reasons I don't like that one person, because it's exactly the kind of person that is. And with those types of people don't realize that the fascism and the racism is coming from them. And they're blaming us. And they're calling us conspiracy theorists. But when a young man runs up a stairs to go to a kitchen to get a knife, if that doesn't jump off the page at you, then you literally are a moron.
No, I mean, truly, because they're there to look into somebody that's passed out from drinking, and you grab a knife for what?
Not only that, we know that that's the narrative because when she does get on the 911 call, they're told to go back into the home.
Thank you, SRB.
Right? So they're still sticking to this passed out thing, but that can't be accurate. They had to have known by then. I'm just flabbergasted at how people accept the narrative.
Well, and they do. I agree with you, Sarge. They did know. But so if that's the case, and I think they know that everybody knows at this point, why are they still standing on that? They're standing on that hill no matter what. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and because they really do think that they're smarter and better than others. They may not even have the conscious understanding of that, but that's what their behavior is demonstrating. Look, I want to see direct evidence against Brian because it's not to satisfy me, but because he deserves that as an accused.
Yes.
Right? Brian could be the type of individual that I completely dislike, that I've mentioned many times in different streams, right?
Yeah.
He could, and I don't care. I literally don't care. I want to see the justice system work according to the limits placed on the government by the Constitution.
Amen.
And I want them to bring an American to justice based on data that's verifiable.
Yep.
That's it. I don't care who you are, who you voted for, who you preach to, who you don't preach to.
Agreed.
Right?
That's absolute facts. Yes.
You could be.
I don't care if I see evidence that Brian did it. That doesn't answer that doesn't answer the majority of the questions about this case. And it would be a shame to see that happen, and then those questions go unanswered.
No, I just want. Sorry, go ahead, Sarge.
Well, let's say, as Steve G has just said, that there's a video of Brian going in or out of that house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they can show a clear video of Brian Kohlberger exiting that property within the time frame they claim, then all the other evidence does make sense.
Exactly.
You understand, Jesse? That would then close the circle. That would then make the argument that more likely the card they're pointing to is accurate. You see, because you got an image of him coming out of that back door as an example, or coming out the front door.
Well, it doesn't explain why the 911 call was staged.
No,
that doesn't explain why Hunter grabbed a knife. It doesn't explain why the PCA was insinuating things that weren't true.
But now the PCA may not be insinuating untruths.
if it changes
If you
to
have
that,
a video of him coming out that front door, Jesse, then what you have to do would be objectively reasonable is you've got to give credence then to everything we've questioned as having
Of
some
course.
form of validity, because now you could show him at the scene of the crime. Now, is it exactly right? Maybe not. But that video would be enough.
Well, it would be enough for me to say, yeah, okay, you got me. He's
Right.
at least
Yeah.
involved, but it doesn't explain how Dylan was on. Who did she, the contact 10 minutes before this happened? How did she not hear it? The Steve G saying,
I'm not saying it
multiple
answers those
fatal
questions.
blows.
it would just change the whole narrative upside down,
I'm
and we
not
would have
saying that
to
it would
again in turn
answer.
look at it.
Yeah, let me explain. It doesn't. For instance, when I go after this computer grok and I start throwing at different theories and ideas and concepts, and it comes back with contradictive answers, and the evidence it uses is really the evidence I'm trying to point out is not true or it's inaccurate.
Right.
You don't always get the answers you're looking for, whether you're dealing with these fake artificial intelligence or human beings. So I'm not saying that all of these things that we've questioned and my focus on Dylan and her involvement one way, shape, or form or another is ever going to be answered. But if there was conclusive evidence of him leaving that property, as Steve G is saying, then that confusion isn't really relevant. What it comes back down to then at this point is can I accept him as a sole perpetrator? Did they catch anything else on that video? Is there anything else that would add other perpetrators tied into him? Would be my new questions, my new want to know. And how they handle the 911 call and all that other nonsense would be a concern, but it wouldn't override the fact that there's a video of him leaving that house at 4:17 a.m. on a camera.
Agreed.
It's
still going to be questionable, but no, that's going to be the kaboom. I get what you're saying.
But to me, that would be unfortunate because it would distract even further from what appears to be the conspiracy. Because if we had conclusive evidence like that, it would be a lot easier for them to just smooth right over all that and say he did it by himself, case closed, wrap, right?
Yeah,
which
I mean, the fact
I don't think it exists. Let me be honest. I don't think.
Nor do I.
We would have to acknowledge that Brian had some responsibility, but the other stuff is still going to be called into question absolutely at the same time. And then now we have dual situations now that need to be explained. That's interesting. Right. But agreed.
I want to just Yvonne asked a question. She said she thinks Ethan was found in the bathroom. What if Hunter grabbed a knife to try to get into the bathroom door lock? Well, let me just point out, Yvonne, the first thing he did was go to the kitchen to get a knife. So how did he know that the bathroom door was locked and Hunter would be behind? Or
bingo.
So the order of events tells a tale, and the order of events does not support the argument that the roommates were aware of a passed out roommate from drinking. You see? So
it still relates to the lies that were told in the beginning that told us this, and this happened when it actually didn't. It was the opposite of that. So yeah. From the very first statements that were made in that PCA, as we'll call it that, if that's not what it is, but that she was awoken at 4 a.m. but what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog. That doesn't even exist anymore, in my opinion, because she wasn't sleeping. Okay.
Well, did she have a contact to her phone at 3:50 a.m. or something like that?
That's what I'm saying. She added that contact at 3:51, and if you listen to Jeff, then she slept for 9 minutes and then was woke then. No, come on.
I don't know what the exact verbiage is, but the PCA also seems to suggest that they'd just woken up when they called 911.
Yes.
Not that they've been up since 7:30 or most likely never slept.
I don't think they did either, Jesse, at all, because they still had to have contact with Hunter and Emma throughout that period of time, and I do believe they did. Hell, they may have gone to those apartments and got them and brought them back at some point.
I think they left that house. I don't think these. I mean, we're trying the whole story. The narrative is these are two innocent young girls that are terrified and frightened. Two girls like that aren't going to stay in a house full of decedents.
I think the 2.5 or 3 hours that Sarge has questioned within those text messages where their phones go dead is, I think at that point they left the house, went next door to the Whites' apartments, which is where Emma and Hunter were, and collaborated with them for a while or whatever they did. And then they came back to the house and decided, okay, now we need to call 911. That's what I believe could have happened. That's my opinion. But again, that's an opinion. So But it does make some sense because though that period of time when Sarge first saw that started, where the hell were they? What was going on? I don't believe they were sleeping. They with all that drama going on, no, I will never believe they were sleeping at that time. Sorry. So Cece says DM passed the front door on her way to Bethany's room. She couldn't have been that scared. Right. Thank you. Why wouldn't you thank you, Cece. On your way to Bethany's room, based on the text messages, why wouldn't you just run out the front door? Or grab Bethany and run out the front. The front door was what, 12 feet from Bethany's door? Why didn't you just run out the front door at that point right there? If you're that scared. Doesn't make sense. Never will. So
yeah, the whole thing makes such little sense, and with the blanks that they have filled in, it makes it worse. That 8-hour delay is way worse than if they were just sleeping.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
And the addition of that we were sitting on the bed talking about going back to the food truck that they just returned from.
Mm-hmm.
It really, that strikes me as a cover story. Like the cops went back and interviewed DM after the 911 call was released to say, look, we got to come up with a story for this.
Yep.
And I think there's truth to that story, but the 4 people up in that room did not include Dylan and Bethany.
I did. Knowledge is power.
I think you're going to find Bethany's testimony varying from Dylan's. It's going to divert. It's going to diverge into. It's going to disperse from in a different line of understanding. I think the actions of Bethany, which nobody has ever been, it's never been revealed. She's still a hidden enigma here. What is her explanation of the evening? What were her interview statements? Why haven't they been released to the public?
I think she was fed everything I think
Bethany is going to have exculpatory, opposite statements or observations from Dylan. And they're still holding that back from the public. That doesn't make any sense. What about the interview of Hunter and the interview of the other people in that property? Where are those?
That's a great point.
I'd love to hear what I think those guys need to be on the stand testifying, and Ann Taylor needs to be asking them an awful lot of questions because they've got a lot of explaining to do.
Well, and again, in the 911 call, there's other things that are heard, guys. Why does Hunter or whoever that male is scream, "Shut the F up" in the background? And then you got somebody talking about removing a watch and stuff like that. What the hell is all that stuff about? And why isn't that brought into question? None of that stuff fits into what that's supposed to be. Okay, maybe that's why they played over the white noise over top of it so we wouldn't hear that stuff. Maybe that makes sense then, but all those other little things, those turn into one big thing, in my opinion. So I'm just saying.
Is it possible that knife was cleaned and that was actually the murder weapon used to commit the crime?
Well, where is that knife?
The one that Hunter grabbed, where is that knife?
Right. Where's that knife and why is that not in the PCA? And what? There's no murder weapon. That's never been produced.
What kind of a knife did he grab from the kitchen? Was it a steak knife, a paring knife, a butcher knife, a bread knife, butter knife?
Exactly. Right. That's an important point, in my opinion. That's never been talked about. Are there fingerprints on? Where is such knife at? Was it fingerprinted? Was it tested? Did he put it back? What happened to it? We didn't know that. We don't know that. So
right. Is that where's the evidence collection on the house? Where's the information? Right? Where is that?
Right. Yes, Tom.
There's
even
still a massive unknown amount of data that will put more understanding. Unfortunately, the understanding that appears it'll form will be exculpatory to Brian and derogatory to the 2 survivors.
That's what I think. That's what we're all looking towards, but I guess we'll have to wait on that one. But again,
that's probably why they're doing a trial by media in the meantime.
That's exactly why they're doing a trial. They did the same thing with that guy in Florida with his wife. Who is that guy? Killed his wife. They said he drowned. He put her in a bag and threw her out of a boat.
Oh.
See, now you're not going to sleep tonight. You better come up with that damn name, Dago.
Not Dexter. Yes.
You know who we're talking about?
Why do you do that to me? Why do you do that?
She was pregnant.
Yes, I know who you're talking about, and I can't think about it. And you're right.
Oh, yeah. Scott Peterson.
Thank you. Now I can relax.
Yes. Oh,
not bad for a guy that hasn't slept in almost 24 hours.
Yeah, you look like you're ready for bed anyway, Jesse. I
certainly am. And my ass hurts from sitting on a wooden chair.
Yes. You need to get a better chair. We've been here 4 hours, guys. 4 hours. And of course we'll be back with more of this.
Where's Brian's ramblings? He's not in fucking Thailand, is he?
No,
he's
right
claiming
there.
He's claiming I blocked him. I don't block anybody, Brian. I never blocked
Well, I'm
anybody.
just hoping he's not out your way when
He's
a
in
grown man
Florida.
says his ass hurts. You got to be concerned.
Brian's down in Florida.
I got a buddy that says that to people when they're talking smack. He's like, "Ah, your ass hurts." You're like, "Whoa, bro, where'd that come from? Leave me alone."
Yeah, well, like I said, guys, 4 hours. I think it's time to say, let's cut it there so Jesse
Good night.
He can get some sleep for a change, and try to sleep, Jesse. Don't think.
Well, it'll help me sleep that we've hashed out all these things and talked about it. It's therapeutic for me.
Yeah,
and I don't have to lay there and just think about it all by myself.
Right.
I'm the same way. I'm going to actually have another visit with Gronk before I go to bed.
Oh, you're going to get into that argument again. Okay. Well, thank you for joining me, Sarge, Jesse. Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry I made you wait all day, Jesse. I know that you've been wanting to talk about this morning, but yeah.
I look forward to next Sunday if you're going to do another early one. That was a good timing for me. The Sunday brunch.
I can probably set that up. Yeah, I want to wait to see what else drops. I want to watch this show tomorrow. Hopefully that'll make a difference. We'll see if there's anything new from that. Let's check this poll real quick too before we get out of here because I always forget. If Brian is acquitted, will anyone else be prosecuted for this? No, 60%. I don't know, 26%, and yes, 13%.
Yeah, the no's are probably going to carry this one. I said I
agree.
Don't know, you know,
I can agree.
All right, well, Jess, I enjoy being on a panel with you.
Yeah, I always enjoy the discussions with both you guys.
Yeah, Dago, I enjoy being on the panel with you, and I'm going to
always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, Dago, and see you soon, Sarge.
We'll do it again soon, gentlemen, very soon. Maybe we can get Eddie to join us again next time. I don't know where he was.
I'm out. The wife and kids are home.
All right, brother. Have a great night. We'll see you soon.
Good night. Good night, Dago.
Absolutely, Sarge. Thanks again for joining me, everybody. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry I'm shutting down, but it is 4 hours in, and I don't want to drag my mods so long, guys. They deserve better than that. So I really do appreciate you all for joining us. It was a great conversation as always. There's the new documents. I'm going to check this show out tomorrow, Friday night or Friday, whenever it comes on, and see what we come up with that and anything else that gets brought out in the next 24 to 48 hours. And we will see what's going on, guys. Thank you guys again so much for joining us, guys. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing because you guys are the beautiful people, guys. You make this happen. So God bless everybody. Thank you so much. Anybody that donated to the channel, dropped the new memberships. God bless you guys. We got 17 new members for that. Thank you so much. Anybody that may have donated to the channel, thank you again. Never, ever, ever, ever expected, but always appreciated, guys. You guys are amazing. Have an amazing night. Much love, guys. Good night. God bless, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim